Well, hello, my name is Andrew Scott, and welcome to this video, which I've entitled A Historical Record of the Sheer Lunacy of China's COVID-0 Requirements for Travel. I'm recording this in Macau on Monday, the evening of Monday, the 12th of December, 2022. But the following video actually covers 14 days from the 20th of November 2022 to the 3rd of December 2022. And it's a series of video shots over that 14-day period, all put together. And the entire video is about 4.5 hours long. It's very, very long. It's very different to the videos I normally shoot. So what's this video all about? Well, my initial purpose was simply to document the lunacy and to explain to people who are considering traveling to this part of the world, to Macau or Hong Kong in China, how difficult it would be for them and what would be involved. Now, as of today, December the 12th, it's become pretty clear that in the last week to 2 weeks, that China has suddenly, after nearly 3 years, done an abrupt U-turn and is very quickly winding back its zero COVID or COVID-0 policy. And that's flowing through to Macau as well. So fingers crossed, it pretty much looks like the kind of stuff that's going to be in the rest of this video is going to be gone pretty soon, which is great. But nevertheless, I think it would still be valuable to publish this video as a historical record. Who knows, in years to come, people might wonder, what was that COVID-0 thing? And just in case anybody ever tries to bring it back one day in similar circumstances, people can watch this video and go, oh my God, look at the work that was involved in all of that. So as I say, the rest of this video runs about 4.5 hours from and is made up of a number of videos shot over that 14-day period. Now, a little bit of background to explain the rest of the video. I run a business based in Macau in China. Doesn't matter what the business is, it's not important for the purposes of this video, but we have an office in Macau, and we also have an office in Hong Kong as well. And prior to the pandemic coming to the world, the pandemic hit the world in January 2020. Prior to that time, I did a lot of travel. So much travel, in fact, that I flew on average about once a week, about 50 times a year. Generally around Asia, Hong Kong, Australia, Philippines, Japan. Those were the major destinations. A little bit less so countries like Korea, Cambodia, Thailand, Singapore, Malaysia, and so on. And then even a little bit less so, only maybe once or twice a year, the US and the UK. But all that ended when the pandemic struck in early 2020. I found myself in Macau, and due to this COVID-0 policy and the lockdowns that occurred over a 935-day period from, I think it was the 25th of February, it was late February 2020, until the 14th of September 2022, I did not leave Macau. And that was the longest period in my life that I had never left a city and stayed in the one place, right back to birth. I finally left Macau, managed to leave Macau, still with a lot of restrictions in place. It was difficult to leave, but I did on the 14th of September, 2022, and traveled a bit around Asia, Australia, Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, and then decided to return to Macau, actually decided to come to Hong Kong, which I hadn't been to for 3 years, hadn't seen our office in Hong Kong for 3 years or nearly 3 years, decided that I needed to go to Hong Kong and Macau, and I would endure all of the hoops that I had to jump through to travel to Hong Kong and Macau. And boy, were they a lot of hoops, and was it very, very difficult. So this video explains everything I had to endure. And for me to simply fly from the Philippines, which was my last port of call before coming to Hong Kong or Macau, to Hong Kong, and to spend a few days in Hong Kong and then come to Macau and be able to transact business in Macau, involved a 14-day period. And over that 14 days, I had to take 20 COVID tests, 11 of which were administered by healthcare professionals and 9 of which I administered on myself. I had to take my temperature mandated by the governments 29 times and record them. I incurred $968 in additional expenses. I went through possibly around, my estimate is around 20 hours of administration, research, looking up websites, traveling to COVID tests, and so forth. I had to print out and fill out forms and have documentation, about 20 documents of a total of 31 pages. It was administratively very, very difficult, very burdensome, very inconvenient. So the rest of this video documents that, and who knows, in years to come, people might watch a video like this, or some historian might look at a video like this and go, wow, look at that crazy thing they had for that 3-year period in China. And as I say, fingers crossed, it seems as though we're over the worst of it and China's rolling back these restrictions pretty quickly now. And over the coming weeks and months, it might get back pretty much to normal. Quarantine periods might be completely eliminated. We still have a quarantine to come to Macau at the moment, 5 days plus 3 days of self-health management, but I won't go into those details. They're in the rest of the videos. So anyway, that's enough introduction. And if you're interested in this kind of thing, I know it's a bit of a strange video, but I think it's important just to have there, and who knows, in years to come, it might be interesting to some people. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. I hope you find it educational, insightful, interesting, and maybe even a little bit humorous. Okay, enjoy. Well, hello everyone, and welcome to this video about surviving Hong Kong and Macau COVID rules and quarantine and entry. Quite a different video to what we normally make here at IAG. I've been in the Philippines for 30 days. Today's my 30th day, and so under the visa rules, I'm required to leave today, which I will be doing. And I will be flying to Hong Kong. Now, let's talk a little bit about Hong Kong and Macau and what's going on there at the moment. So a lot's been made recently of the fact that Hong Kong is now 0+3. They've got rid of quarantine. So it's easy. You just fly there, right? Wrong. Actually, there's quite a lot of hoops to jump through. It's quite confusing to first timers. And I thought I'd make this video to explain what it's like to do a trip to Hong Kong, all the health requirements that you need to go through, and then moving from Hong Kong to Macau, the quarantine process and so forth. So this might be interesting to people considering doing a business trip to Hong Kong and or Macau, and to people who maybe invest in Macau, and Macau's gone through a lot of trouble, which has been documented elsewhere on IAG in terms of the value of its companies. So if you're an investor, maybe this video would help you to actually understand in practice the process that you have to go through. So today is day 0 from a Hong Kong point of view. We'll start off with Hong Kong, and I'm flying later on today. And the first thing I'm required to do is to take a RAT test, rapid antigen test. It's a bit like an ATM machine, automatic teller machine. But anyway, we call them RAT tests and NAT tests in Macau anyway. And I've got a bunch of these because I've done them. I must have done 40 or 50 of them, because living in Macau as I did up until the 14th of September, we were required to do them all the time as part of the dynamic zero policy of China and as a result of Macau. So anyway, first thing I've got to do is take this RAT test within 24 hours of my departure. My departure time tonight is, I think it's 8 p.m. or 5, maybe it's, what time is my departure? Anyway, it's late afternoon or early evening. And so let's do it. So here we have the RAT test, and I have a bunch of these from Macau. I think I just said, here's the swab, and here's the actual tube we're going to do it in. So we rip this thing open, and we get a thing that looks like this, and we take this swab, and you got to shove it up your nose. I'm afraid that's the way it is. People in Macau are very used to doing this. So you shove it up your nose and you spin it around a few times, both nostrils, like this. Tickles a bit. And then the other one. Yeah, it's a bit annoying, isn't it? But it doesn't hurt. Not if you do it yourself. For the ones where they administer it, sometimes they shove it right up and it's quite painful sometimes. So I've unscrewed this little tubey thing. I've unscrewed this, and now I am going to dip this swab into the tube, spin it around a bit, and then give it 60 seconds. So that's 30 seconds past the minute. Do that, let that sit in there for another about 50 seconds. So we'll zoom forward. Right, that's the minute up. So I'll take the swab out, put it back in the packet to keep it nice and neat. I'm going to throw that out, screw the lid back on. Then you break the top off this thing. Everyone in Macau is an expert at this. We've all done it so many times. And then you pour it into this little thing here. This little thing at the bottom of the test. You just squeeze it and drop a few drops in, which I've just done. And then what happens, I don't really want to tilt it because some of the liquid might come out, but basically the liquid soaks up in a piece of paper up here, and there is a C and a T. And if you get two lines, you're positive, and if you get one line, you're negative. C is control and T is test, I think. Bit confusing because some people might think C is COVID. So that is I can tilt it now to show you guys. Maybe you can't really, you can sort of see the darker bit going up. That's wet, and that's going up. And what will happen is a line will emerge, and maybe we can zip forward now, Oscar, until I get the test result. So I'll just sit here. Yeah, here we go. The line's starting to emerge already. It's going to be a negative test, of course. Okay, so you can see that I can do it now without tilting. It's only been a minute or so, but you can see there's a bit of a red line. Can you see it? Forming. The shadow doesn't help. There we go. You can see there's a bit of a red line forming at the C there, and there's no line at the T. And over the next 10 minutes or so, that's going to become brighter and brighter, and that's clearly a negative test. And now what we tend to do is we tend to write on the test itself the date and the time of the test. For example, here's a bunch of other tests I've done over the months, and I used to use the same format. So today's 20th of November. Okay, so my next job is I have to, on my phone, now go to scan a QR code and go to the Hong Kong Department of Health declaration form. So I've got to go in here and fill out a whole bunch of details. The other thing that I would mention is, there's a fair bit of anxiety for people doing this sort of stuff. People are not used to doing this when they travel. And, if you get something wrong, well, it can mean you being grabbed and put into quarantine or refused entry or not being able to get on the plane. So it's sort of high stakes for people. So personal information collection statement, no doubt I have to agree to them collecting my personal information. There's a whole bunch of stuff I need to go through there. Okay, next. I just hit next. Did anything happen? Come on, next. Here we go. Personal information. So now I've got to put all my personal information, give it to the government. So if you're one of these people that doesn't like giving stuff to the government, well, too bad. You just got to do it if you want to go to Hong Kong or Macau. I mean, they're all over you. They know everything about you. So now the identity document, got to put in as per your identity document. So mandatory fields, surname, given name, male, got to put my date of birth, which they've got anyway because it's on your passport, right? So I'm going to put in my date of birth. Just got to put that in field by field, day, month, year. Okay, I've done that. nationality. Got to put your nationality in. Am I a Hong Kong resident? Holders of Hong Kong identity card, birth certificate, passport, other document number. Give them my passport number. Okay. Just want to check my passport number. I didn't use it for so long. Okay, back again. I'm 99% sure what it is. I used to know it off by heart because I traveled so much, but 3 years stuck in Macau, or 935 days stuck in Macau didn't help. Yes, of course I was right, but always good to check. Submit. After submission of declaration, please be reminded to save your health declaration QR code. It's required for boarding and completion of relevant arrival procedures at the Hong Kong International Airport and for downloading your notification of medical surveillance. Okay. So now it's loading something. Okay, now I've got a code. All right. So now I've got a, oh, you can't see that, can you? Can we, yeah, there we go. All right. So your QR code is saved automatically. Please click here to check your code and show to the staff of the Department of Health at the Hong Kong entry point. It expires in 4 days' time. Save QR code. Yes, please. Do you want to download? Download. Yeah, but where's it saved at? Is it saved in the photos? It must be saved in the files, I guess. I'll just take a screenshot, of course. That's usually the easiest. Files. Downloads. Ah, there it is. All right, let's take a screenshot as well, just to be safe. From expiry, from the top, from expiry to the bottom green. Okay. Let's go back to that page. Okay, from there. So I'm going to take a screenshot of that. I might just edit the screenshot to trim it to crop it correctly, which I've now done. Save to photos. So if I need it, I've got it in my photos. All right. Well, it seems that that is the first. So step by step to enter Hong Kong. Do RAT 24 hours before departure. I've done that. Scan the code to obtain green health declaration for boarding. I've done that. And then after arrival, airport will arrange test and go acid test to collect specimen. Scan code to log into ECMSS system for self-reporting. There's going to be plenty of work to do in Hong Kong. Useful links. Okay. Well, let's see. How long has this video been recording for? Oh my God, 43 minutes. And there's a little introduction to begin with. So probably that took me about 40 minutes to just carefully go through and do right. So there's 40 minutes committed. If you're a businessman, now that's 40 minutes that you could have spent making money doing something else. Okay, well, I think that's it for the very first video, or the first section of the video, however we end up doing this. And wish me luck. I'm off to Hong Kong tonight, and next video, maybe from the airport. Let's see. And we'll put all these videos together into one, and it will explain the journey. So from the Philippines for now until we get to the airport, I guess. Okay, see ya. Bye for now. So, hi everybody, just quietly, I don't want to disturb other people in the lounge, but here's video number 2. I'm in the PAGS lounge, PAGSS at Manila Terminal 3, because Cathay Pacific doesn't have its lounge open yet. Singapore does, though, so another way that Singapore is beating Hong Kong. Check-in was relatively painless, as per normal, but I just had to show my code, this green code that I generated earlier in the day and that you saw. And there's an announcement. So I'll just say that again. I just had to show the code and check-in was relatively painless. Security was not. Going through immigration was a 45-minute line. Very annoying. I guess that's a lesson. Don't fly out of Manila on a Sunday afternoon. Okay, well, that was an announcement, so we zoomed through that. Yeah, so now it's off to Hong Kong, and we'll see what happens next. Okay, bye for now. Well, hello, everybody, and greetings from Hong Kong. It is now day 1, yesterday being day 0, the day I arrived in Hong Kong. And I've got a lot to tell you. So in this series in which I'm explaining what it's like and under the current rules to go to Hong Kong and to Macau in terms of COVID rules and quarantining and all the various things you have to do. So there's been a lot. Let's start straight away with a rapid test, because we need to wait for the results. So we did one of these in the last video. We did one of these yesterday at day 0. So I've got my swab here. I've got my test kit here. I've got my little tube here. So we open this little baby and we get this, which you might remember from yesterday. And then we open the swab up and we do the indignity of up the nose. 5 times here, 5 times here. Basically, I did it the same way as I did the tickles the nose a bit, as I did the NAT test yesterday. So into this little baby, into this little tube, it goes. Give it a minute. So 38 seconds past the minute. We'll swirl that around. We'll give it a minute. So we might zoom forward for a minute now. Okay, that's 1 minute. So now I'll put the swab back in the little packet because it's wet, and I'll close the tube back up again. Now break the top off, as we do, and I will then drop it, a few drops, into the little receiver thing here. Few drops, and then that liquid will seep its way up the test kit. And just give me a second while I put all the rubbish together. Get ready to throw that out. Get ready to throw that out later once the test comes back negative, which of course it will. And so let's talk while we're waiting for the test to come back negative, which of course it will. Okay, so what happened? Well, a lot happened. So on the plane flying from Manila to Hong Kong, there was an announcement saying that please make sure you have your declaration upon landing in Hong Kong. You need to make your declaration, your health code declaration, and you need to have the QR code, which I'm just getting again to show you guys. Looks something like this. And if you got a glimpse of my phone number, congratulations, don't spam me. That was on the plane. And then when we landed, it was to a ghost HKIA, Hong Kong International Airport. I mean, I've been through that airport literally hundreds of times. I lived in Hong Kong effectively for 5 years, and for 13 years beyond that, when I lived in Macau, I was using Hong Kong as my main international airport anyway. So, I mean, literally, it's not an exaggeration, hundreds and hundreds of times over the years I've been through that airport. I know it like the back of my hand. And I don't think I've ever seen it so empty. So we came in, and as we were walking past the gates towards immigration, we were split into 2 lines. one for transit and one for arrivals into Hong Kong itself. Of course, I went to the arrivals line, and then long before immigration, there was a setup there. And of course, there were health workers in full PPE, a little bit dystopian, like something you'd see in a dystopian movie or something like that. Well, look at that, my rat. Oh, that's my last rat, isn't it? Yeah, here it is. Look, it's going to be negative. You can see already that it's got a red line forming at the, can you see that? Yeah, it's a bit fuzzy for you guys, but there's a red line forming at the C. There's no red line forming at the T. It will get stronger as the video goes on. Yes, we full PPE gear, bunny suits and visors and all of this sort of stuff. Not bunny suits, sorry, but face masks, the whole thing, masks, gloves, you name it. So it's a little bit not intimidating, but it's just not what you want to see, right, when you arrive as a tourist. And then we went up to a desk, and I then had to show my green code that I just showed you in my passport. They looked at that, and then they said, okay, this is the code that I did in the previous video yesterday on day 0. Then they gave me a lanyard, a lovely green lanyard. I've still got it. So I was required to put this around my head like this, and it's got a little barcode on it, just a barcode, just a number. And then they said, right, go off to, I think mine was number 13 or whatever, go off to have your NAT test, which I think some of you guys might call PCR tests. So I sat down, did that. They swabbed the mouth, not the nose. It was painless on this occasion, although some people have said in the nose it can be very painful. I didn't have a choice whether it was mouth or nose. They just happen to do the mouth. And then they put the test in a tube, and they gave me the tube and said, go to the next place in the production line. So I then went to the next place. I had to drop the tube, which was in some kind of plastic bag, into a tub, and then keep going to immigration. So then we walked to immigration as we would normally. So it was test and go. Didn't have to wait for the result. I did get the result later by text message today, actually. Of course, it was negative. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. COVID-19 test result, 20th of November 22, which was my day 0. Test is negative, specimen number, ID number. Just says test was negative in English and in Chinese. So I don't think there's any reason I can't show you this. There is not. All right, so there you go. Just so I got that today. Anyway, so then as I left the medical area, they gave me this piece of paper, which was instructions on how to download a letter from a website. And you needed your QR code, your health declaration QR code, you needed your passport number, and you had to follow some instructions to download a letter, which I then did. And let me show it to you. I have it on my phone. A 6-page letter on my, oh, it's fine. Let me, you can't really look anyway, you can't really see it there, but they actually gave me a printout when I came into the hotel, so I can show you the printout. 6-page letter, right, which you have to read. What tourist is going to do this, right? So page 1, page 2, page 3 for the QR code. I'll explain all this later. Page 4, more QR codes. Everything is QR codes in Hong Kong and in China generally. Page 5, a whole bunch more QR codes. And page 6, a record of my health monitoring checklist. I'll get to that in a moment. Now, you also need to download an app. Separately from downloading that letter, you have to download this app called the Leave Home Safe app, which something's just happened on the app. You are subject to respective isolation/quarantine order. Please regularly connect your mobile phone to the internet to allow the Leave Home Safe mobile app to automatically check and update your vaccine pass QR code. See, this is what happens, you know, it creates anxiety. What does this, am I going off to quarantine? No, I don't think so. I think I'm just subject to an isolation order, which is what's going on now in my medical whatever, aren't I? My vaccine pass has gone to amber now. My records, electronic vaccine record, now it was blue before, already set as default for showing in the check-in page. So this is what I was about. This has happened now. So I just think now I've gone to amber from blue, which I'll explain in a moment, which is strange. I didn't understand why I was blue in the first place. So now suddenly I'm amber. Very odd. See, this is, well, I'll explain what happened in a minute, and then well, I'm meant to be amber code, so that's what I am. Very strange. Okay, well, I'll explain that in a minute. So I think everything's normal. I think. Is there any messages? There's no notification. So it seemed to take them a day to change me from blue to amber, and then I'm going to change from amber back to blue on day 3, the morning of day 3. Strange. Okay, anyway, let's continue. So yes, the next step is this letter. So of course you should read the letter, right? Well, here we go. Pursuant to Section 15 of the Prevention and Control of Disease Regulation, I, health officer, notify you, my name, holding my passport number, immediately be subject to medical surveillance until the 23rd of November 2022 at 9 a.m. That's my day 3. You are required to provide information on your health condition on request of government staff during the medical surveillance period and remain contactable by government staff at the phone number, blah, 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 the one I gave. You are required to observe the conditions as specified below. You are also required to use your best endeavors to install the Leave Home Safe mobile app, which I've done, with a version 3.4.0 or above if you have a smartphone, and save your own vaccine pass in the mobile app, which I've done. If blah, 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 blah. Except for staff members involved in the operation of relevant premises, you shall not enter catering business premises and scheduled premises which are regulated under the Prevention of Control of Disease Requirements and Directions, Business and Premises Regulation, CAP 599F, and subject to active checking of vaccine pass unless otherwise permitted under the directions issued under CAP 599F. You must pay attention to your health condition and take your body temperature twice daily. It is an offence if you fail to observe any of the conditions above. On conviction, you are liable to a fine of $5,000. That would be Hong Kong dollars, which is about 640 US dollars maybe, and to imprisonment for 6 months. There's a 24-hour hotline here, and it's from Dr. Leung Yi Hong, the Chief Port Health Officer. That's page 1. Now, so what that effectively means is, the most important thing is you can't go to restaurants. You can't go anywhere, and there's a list of places you can't go. They're places that are subject to active checking of vaccine pass. So you can't go to restaurants, and you can't go to a bunch of other places. I've seen the list. I don't have it with me at the moment. And then, so that's page 1. Page 2 is the details of my vaccination, which I've declared before on day 0. Page 3 is the printed version of my vaccine QR code. Yeah, this is my vaccination record QR code, which you can also put into the app as well, into the Leave Home Safe app, vaccine pass, which I've now done. It's now an amber code. It was, before I started this video, a blue code, but we'll explain that in a moment. And then the next page is the printed version of my amber code and blue code. Now, let me just check something here. No, it's a different code. Because that's the code for the vaccine pass. The other one's the normal amber code. Okay, so I've got this thing here with a printout of amber code. This is in black and white, the printout, but this is in the version on my phone. It's in color, amber and blue. Amber code, blue code. And I'm on the amber code from the yesterday, 20th November 22 to the 23rd of November 22, 9 a.m. So day 1, 2, and up to 9 a.m. on day 3, and presumably day 0 as well, day 0 as well. And then from 9:01 on the 23rd of November 22, I go to blue code up to the 18th of May 2023. After the 18th of May 2023, they may require a booster or something like that. So you're only good on the blue code, which is normal. Blue code is like what everybody in Hong Kong has who doesn't have any health issues at all. Not green, but blue for some reason, has. The Hong Kong SAR government has issued this provisional vaccine pass QR code to you based upon your declared information, blah, 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 more. This QR code cannot be shared by others, blah, 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 blah. And there's some URLs there, some websites to check for more information. Then there are more details. Inbound travelers who are 3 years old or above on the date of arrival at Hong Kong, subject to 3 days of medical surveillance and 4 days of self-monitoring at home or in other self-arranged accommodation, and are required to follow relevant compulsory testing notice to have daily rapid antigen test, which I've just done. And yes, here's today's test, and it's getting, that red line's getting clearer and clearer to show that I'm negative. Just check the time, 18:03, and how many, we're already 30 minutes into this video. So that was 17:03, 17:05 actually. So I should write on that. I should write now on the test 17:05 on the 21st of November. Please bear with me while so it doesn't get confused with the millions of other tests I have. So I've just written on there 21st of November, 17:05, because I have so many rat tests. And here's the one I did yesterday, 20th of November at 12:10. And I'm going to end up with one of these every day, right? So in addition, inbound travelers should undergo a NAT test at the airport on the day of arrival, day 0, which I've done, and on day 2. So I need to do this tomorrow. I actually physically have to go to a medical facility, actually a community testing center, CTC, or a community testing station, CTS. What's the difference? I don't know. Or arrange a self-paid test by professional swab sampling at a local medical institution recognized by the government right after obtaining negative results of rats on that day. So you're meant to go and have a rat, shows negative, and then you're immediately meant to go and have a gnat. You have to have 2 tests that day. To receive free tests in CTC or CTS, you need to make advanced bookings for the test through the online booking system, booking.communitytest.gov.hk/form/index.jsp, or use the testing registration QR code in the Leave Home Safe mobile app for registration on site at CTC CTSs. So I can do it on site. And apparently there's one near this hotel, they told me downstairs. Please bring along your notification of medical surveillance. That's this letter, right? Yes. And identity document to undergo the test, and use the identity document number printed on the notification of medical surveillance for registration. For example, if you were on blah, blah, on day one, any person who fails to comply with the requirements commits an offence and may be fined with a fixed penalty of 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. The person will also be issued with a compulsory testing order requiring him or her to undergo testing within a specified time frame. So if you're a person who doesn't like compulsory government orders affecting your medical situation, that's what it is, don't come to Hong Kong. Failure to comply with the order is an offence, and the offender would be liable to a fine at level 5 of Hong Kong $50,000 and imprisonment for 6 months. For details, please visit the following website, blah, blah, blah. Now, on the day following arrival, that's today for me, inbound travellers can log into the electronic COVID-19 medical surveillance system, ECMSS, at link blah, 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 or scan the QR code at right with smartphone to update personal information and upload relevant information, including RAT results, as well as their health conditions on a daily basis during the medical surveillance period. Well, that's actually page 6. So on page 6, they give you this little table to record your temperature twice a day and your RAT results. Actually, I can write in negative now, can't I? Because that's well and truly a bright red line now on negative. So let me write that in. So I've written that in, negative. See, it's not simple, is it? So it says can do that. I think you can do that if you want, or you can just keep this piece of paper, but you have to keep the results in case they contact you and they want the details. You're required to do that. So I won't do it electronically. I've written it down there. Why create additional work for myself? Although it does keep it permanently, but I don't really want to send that information to the Hong Kong government, to be frank. And then it goes on to say, if you are notified by SMS that your nucleic acid test is positive for COVID-19, or obtain a positive RAT result, please provide information to the Centre for Health Protection through this link for follow-up. In other words, for follow-up probably means grabbing you and taking you somewhere, right? I guess, I don't know. For details, please refer to Handbook for Persons Tested Positive at this link. I mean, so many links, so many websites, so many QR codes. Should you have any questions on the Leave Home Safe mobile app and conversion of codes, please call blah, 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 this number from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. daily. And then there's 9 QR codes for 9 different languages, if you wanted that in those different languages. And as I mentioned, I've now recorded my stuff for day 1, which you've got to record all the way through to day 7, because it's 3 days of medical surveillance, but then it's a further 4 days of self-monitoring or something like that, they call it. Let me get the exact terminology for you here. They call it, self-monitoring. Monitor health condition and take body temperature twice daily, take appropriate personal disease prevention measures, wear a mask, maintain hand hygiene, daily RATs, must confirm negative result before leaving residence, log into the medical surveillance system to record RAT results and health status. Well, I think that's optional, right? Although it says here, it just says here, do it. But on the letter, it says can. That's day 3 to day 7. if you also says here, this is another link that I'm looking at. There's so many links and so many pages. Says here, if you test positive, vaccine pass will be switched to red code. Please provide information through online platforms. Different link for NAT, different link for RAT. If the household environment is not suitable for isolation or the original hotel is not available for on-site isolation, inbound persons tested positive would be sent to community isolation facility or community isolation hotel. So it looks like you can isolate in your own home or hotel if it's suitable, whatever suitable means. Also refer to the latest press releases, relevant information on web pages, because of course this can change all the time. What else do I need to tell you? So there's that, oh yes. Here's the other thing to say. So when I arrived at my hotel, I mean, it was all about this testing stuff at the hotel. I arrived at the hotel and it was, show us this code, show us that code, give us your passport. It's all health stuff. It's not like when you normally arrive at a hotel. Hello, sir, welcome to the hotel. Let's take your credit card. Show me your ID. Let's get you in the room. It's a pleasant experience. Here, I mean, the hotels have been sort of seconded by the Hong Kong government or the health department or whatever to be sort of agents. And I did go for a walk around Hong Kong today, which is okay. You're allowed to do that. I did go for a little walk. Every business has a QR code outside it. I mean, almost every business does. Certainly the ones with active checking of vaccine passes, as they call it, which is all the restaurants and some other businesses as well. They're all over it. There's temperature testing machines. I mean, there's QR codes everywhere. Basically, to go anywhere, it's QR code. So if you don't like being surveilled by the government, don't come to Hong Kong. They know exactly where you are at any given second. And people would say, well, that's true of any government in the world these days. But it's not so overt as what it is in Hong Kong, where you are constantly checking in. Now, with this leave, I notice I'm still wearing this damn lanyard. Let's get rid of this. Anyway, and with this Leave Home app, I mean, it is monitoring where Leave Home Safe app. It is monitoring where you are at any given second. So at the moment, I've been at this premises for 1 hour, 14 minutes and 40 seconds. It's ticking away. And if I leave, I have to push a button saying I'm leaving now. And then when I go to the next place, I scan the QR code and I check in there and I tell it where I am. So the government has an absolute record of where I am at any given moment, which again, you may say that's true of any government in the world, but you don't have to take your phone somewhere. You can turn your phone off, you can pull your SIM card out, or you don't have that option here in Hong Kong. So do I want to enter another venue? No, I don't. Visit records. So I'm just gone to the visit records, and it's got a record of all the places I've been, which is just this hotel that I'm staying at 4 times, because I've been in and out a little bit, but I didn't go into any other premises because, quite frankly, I was a bit scared to. Not scared as I'm terrified, but like, why create the hassle? What if I go to a premises and somebody got COVID there? I'm going to be called up to isolate or whatever, maybe. So the less places I go to, quite frankly, the better during this period of time. And you have to order food. You can't go to any restaurant, so you have to order food to your premises during this medical surveillance period. Okay, now here's the other weird thing. When I checked in, I had a blue code, and you're meant to have an amber code, and I had a blue code up until recording this video. When I paused a moment ago and I went, what was that? Well, that was my code turning to amber. The Leave Safe Home app gave me that message that I read out earlier, which was something like, you are subject to quarantine/isolation. Gee, that's not very nice wording. That sounds a bit scary. They could pick better wording than that. But I think all it simply is telling me that I'm under this notification of medical surveillance that I'm under at the moment. Now, why I didn't do that straight away, why it took 24 hours to do that, I don't know. And when I checked into the hotel, they noted that I had a blue code, and today I went down, spoke to the guy at the front desk of the hotel, and he said, why have you got a blue code? You should have an amber code. I guess it'll change to amber later. Well, it just did while I was making this video. So that's strange. Why is it an amber straight away from the beginning? So he said to me, oh, you can just go anywhere then while you put a blue code. Now, I didn't want to do that because this letter says I can't do that until the 23rd of November. So I didn't want to do that. But that's very confusing, very, very confusing. And now suddenly it's gone to amber. It's like something's happened. What's happened? Well, I just don't understand why it was blue for the first 21 hours, I guess it is roughly. So that was very odd. But yeah, now I'm amber. And I was blue. And presumably I'll go back to being blue at 9 a.m. on day 3. So anyway, that's the latest. You know, there's a letter here from the hotel. Thank you for staying with us in light of the recent COVID-19 developments. I mean, God, what developments? We remain vigilant and have taken further precautionary measures. Housekeeping staff will be wearing goggles and surgical masks throughout the daily cleaning in the guest room. Please wear a mask if you're staying in the room for your own safety. Our housekeeping staff will advise the guest to leave the room temporarily or suspend providing service should the guest refuse to wear a mask. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience this may cause. Wish you a pleasant stay. Everyone I have seen is wearing masks, 100%. Now, I haven't seen a lot of people. I just went for a few walks around this area, but I must have seen 1,000 people during those walks. I'm in a busy area, a highly populated area. Every single person, 100%, were wearing masks. My taxi driver was wearing a mask. Everybody at the airport was wearing a mask, and everybody in this area was wearing a mask. So let me just grab. Here's an N95 mask that I have been wearing. You don't have to wear N95s. You can wear normal surgical masks, you know, so everybody's getting around like this. Occasionally you'll see somebody do this or this, and they do take it off when they eat or drink, of course, but it's still a very, very heavy, let's just call it a mask heavy place, Hong Kong. So anyway, that's the update, quite a long update from day 1. Tomorrow I'll have to go to my NAT test, so I'll explain how that happens, and we'll see you then. Okay, bye for now. Well, hello everyone, I'm back again, still day 1, and turns out they've sent me an email. Added complexity in Chinese and in English, ECMSS@DH, Department of Health, I guess, .gov.hk. Dear traveller, good day. Welcome to Hong Kong. And this is dated today. According to government compulsory testing notice currently in force, inbound travellers coming from overseas and Taiwan are required to undergo 3 days of medical surveillance and 4 days of self-monitoring. During these periods, they're required to perform mandatory tests in line with relevant compulsory testing notice. Government wishes to remind you of some points to pay attention to and the requirement as stated in relevant compulsory testing notice. If you plan to leave Hong Kong on or before the specified test days, which I do, I actually plan to leave on day 5, please log into electronic COVID-19 medical surveillance system, and they give you a URL to declare your plan. So I must remember to do that later. On day 2, that's tomorrow, after obtaining negative result of RAT on the respective day, you are required to undergo mandatory PCR, that's NAT, based testing by professional swab sampling for COVID-19. To receive a free test, you can make advanced booking for testing at a preferred testing site and time slot through the online booking system. There it is, there's a link. Or use testing registration QR code in the Leave Home Safe mobile app for registration on site at the community testing center or community testing station. So that must be in the app here. PCR testing registration code. Click here to enter. Yeah, seems to be this bit here. So I guess I do that on site tomorrow. I won't book, I'll just go there. The guy downstairs in the hotel said it's usually very quick and easy. Let's see. Or ad hoc mobile specimen collection station. I won't be doing that. Alternatively, you may arrange a self-paid test. I won't be doing that. Please note you'll need to present, this is the same stuff as before, present your notice of medical surveillance at testing, and you must register for the test using the ID document that you used. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. During the 3 days of medical surveillance, you are subject to amber code restrictions, which I am now. As I said before, I was on blue code for 21 hours, and therefore not allowed to enter high-risk premises involving mask off or group activities, as well as other premises requiring key protection, whatever that is. Please refer to blah, blah, blah for details. Well, let's refer to that because it might be useful to you. It's basically restaurants. Requiring key protection. Note, but the note is not a link. But you can conduct essential activities, such as public transport, going to work, entering supermarkets and markets, etc. Premises subject to active checking of the vaccine pass. This is where you're not allowed to go during the 3 days. Catering business premises, including bars or pubs, bathhouses, fitness centres, public skating rinks, cinemas, performance venues when the audience is allowed to consume food or drink therein, party rooms, beauty parlours, and massage establishments, clubs or nightclubs, karaoke establishments, sports premises, swimming pools, and cruise ships, namely cruise to nowhere itineraries. Then it also says other premises. I presume that's other premises that this applies to: residential care homes for the elderly, residential care homes for persons with disabilities, schools, and designated healthcare premises. Not quite sure what that other premises means. It's just hanging there as a separate paragraph. A person holding an amber code who works or studies at those premises or receives services at the designated healthcare premises are not subject to the restriction. In other words, you can go to the healthcare to get healthcare. Right. Back to the email they sent me. Moreover, from the 1st to the 7th day after arrival, you are required to undergo daily RATs. Well, I've been doing that. Monitor your health status, including measuring your body temperature twice per day. I've been doing that. So you just measure your temperature at, any business, and the hotel downstairs has got the electronic. You just put your hand over the temperature thing and it tells you. As well as keeping photos of the RAT test results for checking as required. So you must remember to take photos on your phone of the RAT test results. For this, you can log into electronic COVID-19 medical surveillance system, ECMSS website, blah, 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 to report your RAT test results and health status. It always says can, not must. So I won't. Any person who fails to comply, penalty 10,000, blah, blah. This is the same stuff as I read before. Please note that in the event that you are issued with an isolation order or quarantine order due to having been diagnosed or in contact with confirmed cases of COVID-19 after arrival to Hong Kong, there is no need for you to undergo the mandatory PCR test after issuance of the said order. See, that's what I got on my phone. It said you are subject to an isolation order or quarantine order, and it changed to amber. But I think that's just the only language they had in the app, I guess. I mean, they'll soon, if they want to drag me away somewhere, they'll soon call me. They've got my phone number. So I guess that's the only language they had to convert my blue into red. But I don't know, which to some people would be very anxiety causing. To me, I just go, oh, what the hell? It is what it is, and if they come and get me, they come and get me. But that was the language. It said it came up on the Leave Home Safe app. It came up and said you are subject to what's the language it says here? Isolation order or quarantine order. And it changed to amber. So who knows? Maybe they're going to message me and grab me and drag me away. I don't think it's that. I just think that's the only language they had to convert the blue to the amber code. And it should have been amber from the beginning, but for some reason, for the first 21 hours, it was blue. And it does say, please note that in the event you are issued an isolation order or quarantine order due to having been diagnosed or in contact with confirmed cases of COVID-19, which implies that you can be, well, might imply, depending on how you read the language, that you can be issued an isolation order or quarantine order for some other reason. As in, for example, you've just arrived from another country and during your 3 days of medical surveillance, as they call it. The following links provide more information. There's a phone number to call. I mean, I could call them and ask why it was blue and changed to amber. I could ask them about what flashed up on my phone, but I think I'm better off just not rocking the boat and doing nothing. I think I'm better off just doing nothing, and let's see if they contact me. So anyway, that's the next installment in this lovely thing. So as you can see, you waste many, many hours on keeping track of everything and trying to follow what the requirements are and making sure you're not breaking the law and end up getting fined tens of thousands of Hong Kong dollars or get sent to prison for 6 months, which wouldn't be very nice. So yeah, that's the latest update. So I received this email. Hopefully nothing else happens, and tomorrow I'll go off for my PCR test, or if you prefer, my NAT test. All right, bye for now. That's the latest. See you later. Well, hello, everyone. It is day 2 now for me, and nothing crazy's happened on my app. You'll remember yesterday that my blue code, which really should have been amber from the start, suddenly went to amber. Well, I can tell you that it is still amber, so we're and you know, nobody from the government called me and carted me off to quarantine or some form of isolation. So that message that came on my phone must have just been merely changing my blue code to amber. It should have been amber from the from the beginning. But anyway, so it's the next day, and now being day 2, I have to take a PCR or a NAT test, NAT test. So I have to go to a government facility to do that. And before I go, I have to take a test. I have to take a RAT test, or a rapid antigen test. So I have to take a test so that I can take a test. That is zero COVID for you. So here we are. Get very used to doing these. Must have done 50 of them. 50 of them over the last year or so living in Macau. So let's do our NAT test. We've got our little tube here, got our swab. You've seen this before now. This is nothing new. Up the nose. Other one. Okay. Put it into the little tube of reagent, I think they call it. What is it? 43. Spin it around. Dab it up and down, mix it in. All right, let's zoom forward a minute. Okay, that's 1 minute. So we'll take this out. I'll put it back in here as I do. Put the lid back on. And pour it into the little receptacle thing here. And the liquid then goes up. It soaks up the paper or whatever that material is in there. I presume it's paper or cloth or something. Squeeze out a few drops, which I've now done. And I'll just pop this little tube in this packet. I just keep it upright. Lean it up against something to keep it upright for the moment, in case I need more, which I don't think I will. And as you can sort of see, the liquid goes in here, and it sort of, you can see it moving up. If I just hold that there for you, you'll see that it's moving up as it soaks through that paper. And if I get very close, you should see a C and a T. Wow, the focus isn't very good. But next to my finger here, there is actually well, you can't see it on the screen at all, but trust me, it is there, a C and a T. And one red line on the C, means you're good, and 2 red lines means you're not good. C is control, T is test, I think. So we'll just, look, I can see the red line emerging already. Obviously, I'm negative, which I knew I would be. So I might just write the date and time, 14:45 on the 22nd. I'll just write that down on the test. So here's my negative test for the 20th. You see the red line on this. Can you see the C there? See, I hold it that way, you can see it. And then that was before I left the Philippines. This was on day 1. And now this is on day 2. And you can see that red line starting to form. And over the next 10 minutes or so, that red line will get brighter. That's what happens. And now the story is, what you have to do now is you have to go for an NAT test, and there are various locations, and there's a URL showing the various locations. Looks like there's 1, 2, 3, 4 at Central and Western on Hong Kong Island, 3 in Wan Chai, 3 in East, 5 in Eastern, and 2 in Southern. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Is that right? 4 plus 3 is 7, plus 5 is 12, plus 2 is 14. So there's 14 locations on Hong Kong Island. Kowloon, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, that one's temporarily closed. So 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 18, 19, 20. That one's temporarily closed. So actually 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sorry, 24, one temporary. So 24, and the new territories, I guess there's a similar, I won't count them up, but there's a similar number. And so it looks like there's about 40, 50 to 60 throughout Hong Kong. Yes, that red line's getting quite red. So I think I'm good to go out to have my test. The hotel guy said to me, just go, don't book it. It should be fine. And it actually says you should book it, but it also says you don't have to book it. You can just go, and with your Leave Home Safe app, see there it says that I've been at this place for 21 hours and 51 minutes. I haven't left, which is the hotel I'm at. I'm about to leave now, get my room cleaned. But there's a thing here to go in, and there's an option on here, PCR testing registration code, and I think they'll help me to fill that out at the venue. I will let you know. So that is enough for me for now, and I will do another little video when I get back, and let you know how it went. Okay. Bye for now. See you later, guys. Hello, everybody. Back again. And I've been to do my NAT test. Relatively painless, while still inconvenient. Luckily, there was a NAT testing station quite close to me, and I went down there. I didn't have an appointment. And when I got there, they said, do you have an appointment? I said, no. They said, you need to fill out the thing in the Leave Home Safe app, which I did. Thing I showed you before, the PCR testing registration code, testing center quick widget. Click here to enter. So you click on that, and then you enter a whole bunch of information about yourself, and it takes a few minutes, and then you get a QR code. Of course, everything is QR codes. You get a QR code, and you go into the testing station, you show them the QR code, you show them your ID, they check that, they give you a tube with a barcode on it, then you go to some other station, somebody scans that, then you get an SMS, they send you an SMS saying the specimen number and my ID number, do not reply. And then you go and do the test. So you go do the test. It was the mouth again. They did the NAT test and then I left. So presumably I'll get my test result, I don't know, maybe late tonight or early tomorrow. And assuming that I am negative, which I'm sure I am, then my code will go from amber to blue. My code here, show detail. This is what you have to enter to get that QR code to do the test. Your ID number, your preferred language, your surname, your first name in English and Chinese if you have one, your gender, your date of birth, your contact phone number, what district you're in, the residential address where you're staying. So you put all that in and you get that QR code, you do the test. So now I have to wait. So now I'm back in the hotel. So I, of course, registered with the hotel QR code that I'm here. And I've now been here for 1 hour, 12 minutes and 28 seconds. The app tells me. And hopefully by 9 a.m. tomorrow, my code goes to blue and I'm so-called normal. I just check my code again, still amber. By the way, their version of amber is very brown, not very amber. Anyway, that's it for now. See you in the next gripping installment. Bye for now. Well, good morning, everyone. It is now my day 3 morning and it is after 9 a.m. and I have gone blue. First thing we'll do is we'll do a rat test because we've still got to do the test. So this is a daily ritual, I'm afraid. So let's quickly do that. Get that tube, another one of these out. These are relatively inexpensive. They're about $2 US each. Of course, you have to pay for them. Anyway, here we go. Okay. In she goes from 1 minute. All right, let's zoom forward for the minute while I do this. All right, that's the minute up. That's the minute done with. Put that back there. Put the lid on. Back into the regime of doing this every day. A few drops into the thing. So that's just soaking up now. So I'll put this at this. While I do the test, put rubbish away. What I usually do is put all the rubbish back in the test thing, and then I put it vertically. I lean it up against something vertically, just in case I need a few more drops, which I never do. It's going up. I can see how there's the white area at the top getting smaller and smaller. That's because the liquid is moving its way. Well, I've made it harder now because of the gravity, but the liquid is slowly soaking its way up the paper to the top. That light is catching the dry bit, and there's no dry bit anymore now. And I could see a faint red line. It's a bit hard for you to see on the camera, but I can see a faint red line already emerging on the C and none on the T. So of course I'm going to be negative. Maybe you can see that. Yeah, maybe you can just see the red line a little bit. There you go. You can see the line. So that's going to be negative. And I'll write the date and the time on there shortly. Now at exactly 9 a.m. today, on day 3, I got the blue code as expected. and it did say your isolation / quarantine, or your medical isolation / quarantine, I can't remember exactly, is complete at exactly 9 a.m. to the second. Actually, it's medical observation or medical surveillance, I think they say on the letter. So that's a little bit confusing, because you might be a bit scared. You might go, oh, quarantine, like I did when that notice first came up. Remember, it was blue at the start for some reason, which it shouldn't have been. Then it went to amber. Now it's back to blue again. So let me just show you now the Leave Home Safe app. If I go into my vaccine pass, you can see it's now blue. And that means I'm normal. I can go anywhere. I can do anything. So, well, I can go to a restaurant, let's put it that way. So now I'm going to go off and have a nice cup of coffee and some breakfast. Yay! I'm a free man again, only until Friday, and when I'm going to Macau, and it starts all over again. And of course, I have to have a NAT test on Thursday, the Macau requirement, not a Hong Kong requirement. So as far as Hong Kong goes, I go on to medical observation now, or self-monitoring, and keep filling out that form as I have been. I'll show you that later. And that, I think, is about that. So yeah, that's the process in Hong Kong. I've completed the 0+3. I've completed the +3, and I believe there is a further 4 days of self-monitoring, which you just have to record. I think you just have to record your temperature and do a RAT test every day. Make sure you don't go positive. And after the 4 days, you're good. But you can leave Macau in the 4 days. Actually, you can leave leave Hong Kong. You can leave Hong Kong in the 4 days. And actually, you can leave Hong Kong in the 3 days too. Even when you're in the +3 of 0+3, suddenly you need to leave Hong Kong, you can do that. All right, well, that's it for now. I'm off to have some coffee and something to eat, and I will be back shortly and tell you about the next steps. Okay, bye for now. See ya. Well, hello, everybody, again. It is now day 4 of my Hong Kong adventure, and I am out of the medical surveillance period and now into the self-monitoring period. As you can see from my Leave Home Safe app, I am now blue code in Hong Kong, but in the self-monitoring period, which goes on for another 4 days, so it's 7 days in total, what do you have to do every day? You have to take a RAT every day, don't you? And I think you're getting pretty familiar with this now. So here we go. Swab up the nose. Daily ritual. Okay. Of course, it's going to be negative, as it is every day. Unscrew this. This goes in here. All right, 1 minute. Here we go. Okay, and that's 1 minute. So we can take this out of here. Pop it back into there. Lid on. Break the thing off the top. And a few drops in the little repository. And throw this out. Okay, as I usually do, I'll just hold it up vertically while I wait for the result. The liquid is already gone up into the test. It's just going up to the very top, and I can see the red line already emerging for on the C, no red line on the T, so I'm going to be negative. And that's that. And you have to do that before you go out. So anyway, that's that for today. I'm going to go out, have some breakfast and coffee now. And when I come back, I'm going to record another video all about going to Macau, because I'm going to Macau tomorrow. So I have to have a NAT test today before I go, but more about that in the next video. All right, bye for now. Talk to you later. Okay, back again just a few minutes later. Actually, I need to book my test quite urgently. It's now around 11:30 on Thursday, the day before I'm traveling. And it's been recommended to me that I do the NAT test by midday to get the result in time. Even though I'm traveling tomorrow at 4, which is more than 24 hours after I'll do the test, the 24 hours counts from the time of the result, not the time of the test. See, there's all these little things you have to know. So, you could be discouraged since my bus is leaving at 4. You might think, well, I can't take the test until 4 p.m. But that could be too late, because you mightn't have the result in time to get to the bus at 1:30, not 4. I'll explain more about that later. You've got to get to the bus 2.5 hours before it goes, because you've got to do a NAT test there as well. So anyway, I'm booking my test right now. So PCR testing, click here to enter. So I do this on the Hong Kong Leave Home Safe app. Go to show. Well, I've already booked. This has got my QR code from my last test. Show detail. Edit, delete. Maybe I can delete. I guess I have to delete to book another one. Yeah, okay. So there's show detail. You go in there, it shows the detail of your test. This was the last test I did, the test on Tuesday, which was day 2 for Hong Kong. Okay, I'm going to delete it. Let me take a screenshot first, just in case. All right, done that. Confirm. Go to PCR testing booking system. So there's no time. You just get a QR code and away you go. So there's no difference between me doing it here and doing it there. There seems to be no time, unlike in Macau where you have to book a time. All right, well, I better go do it now. So I have my stuff in time. I'm also continuing to complete this record of health monitoring checklist for inbound persons. You've got to record your RAT result, body temperature in the morning and the afternoon, which you can just do by putting your hand against one of those temperature monitors, which they have everywhere, including in the hotel. And just completed all my symptoms down here, which are none, no symptoms. So I've got to get the temperature in the morning and the afternoon, which I'll get the morning one right now, and I'll go off to do my PCR test. So that's the next step in the process. And when I get back, I'll tell you all about what I had to do to get into Macau. That's next. Okay. See you soon. Bye. Well, welcome back, everybody. Here I am in the omedia /IAG office in Hong Kong. Don't very often get to see me in this office in Hong Kong, but here I am. And right, lots and lots and lots to tell you. So now it is day 4 of my time in Hong Kong, and that is actually day 1 of the self-monitoring. So of course I took a RAT test this morning, as you guys know. So here's the one on the 20th showing negative in the Philippines. That was day 0. Here's the one for day 1 showing negative. Here's the one for day 2 showing negative. Here's the one for day 3 showing negative, and that's when my amber code went to a blue code on day 3. Here's the one for day 4 this morning, of course, showing negative. And tomorrow morning we'll have one for day 5, which will in fact be the 6th test. Now, I plan to go to Macau tomorrow. So let's start talking about Macau. Well, first thing is, in the FAQs for Hong Kong, it says that if you are leaving either in the 3 days of medical surveillance or in the 4 days of self-monitoring, which I'm now in the 4 days of self-monitoring, you have to report this on the what's it called? The see if I can find it quickly. No, I haven't got it with me, but some kind of self-monitoring website that Hong Kong has. And when you go to that website and you put in, it asks you for some login details. It says no such account. That's because the website is really for the 3 days of medical surveillance, not for the self-monitoring. So there's two pieces of sort of contradictory information from the Hong Kong government, not blaming the Hong Kong government there, but it's very, very easy to have contradictory information when there's been so many different rules and so many different rule changes. But that's a confusing matter. If you're leaving within the first 3 days, the medical surveillance, I suppose you can log in. But if you're in the 4 days of self-monitoring, you can't log in, despite the fact that there is a FAQ online that says if you are leaving Hong Kong in the 4 days of self-monitoring, that you should advise them. But I've spoken to other people and they haven't advised them, and it's been fine, and you can't advise them. So if I get asked tomorrow, I guess, as I'm leaving Hong Kong, that's what I'll tell them. Now, Macau, you want to go to Macau? Well, you need a quarantine hotel. So I contacted the general manager of a quarantine hotel over there. Luckily, I have those sort of connections, which is great, very helpful. And they were as helpful as they can be, but it's still not a very nice experience, despite the hotel trying to make it as nice of an experience as they can. And they do a good job of that. But nevertheless, I would prefer not to have to go. So at the moment in Macau, it's 5+3, 5 days of hotel quarantine, plus 3 days of self-monitoring, quite harsh self-monitoring, much harsher than the Hong Kong self-monitoring, which is on a blue code, which is the equivalent of Macau's green code. It's actually red code, not even yellow code, which I guess is the equivalent of amber in Hong Kong. So basically that means stay at home other than for going to NAT tests. So I contacted the hotel and to see if they had quarantine rooms, because you have to make sure that they have rooms available. And luckily I was able to book with them. And you start with the hotel, and the hotel then sends you an email. And here's an email that I received. Dear Andrew, as the quarantine in Macau has been adjusted to 5+3, please find below information, blah, blah, blah. In addition, further attached are 3 documents, 2 from the Macau Health Bureau that have critical information, and the third document is a stay in room agreement that needs to be filled in and signed prior to arrival. Also previously sent you because this was a second email from them. Originally, the first email I got was for 7+3, but the rules changed after that to 5+3. So they resent me the email. You already have the confirmation letter for the November 25 arrival, which is tomorrow. Please read the confirmation letter in detail, as it has vital information for the journey to Macau. So you might say, oh, all these long letters and things from the Health Bureau, do you really need to read them? Well, you do, because if you don't, there could be something in the fine print that could really get you into trouble. So let's go through those attachments first. So first of all, we have here this 3-page confirmation letter from the quarantine hotel, which gives me the name and address of the hotel, the check-in date, the check-out date, the number of guests, the room type, the rate. So I'm paying around, I'll just convert it to US dollars for you, around 150 US a night. And that includes 3 daily freshly in-house prepared meals with Chinese, Western, or vegetarian to choose from, free high-speed internet and free printing, and room service, regular linen and towel change, but you have to change your own linen and make your own bed. There's no actual room service because you're in quarantine. Cancellation and amendment policy, because the rooms are so tight. So it's not just a matter of 5+3, but you also have to get a room, right? And that maybe they're all booked out. So that's an added complexity. Cancellations between 15 and 20 days, you lose 25%. Between 8 and 14 days, you lose 50%. 7 days or less, you lose it all. okay. And then it goes on to say page 2 now. Blah, 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 all basic stuff. Then the deposit policy. Booking requires full payment within 24 hours of receipt of this confirmation. So you have to pay for the whole thing up front. And then please sign our credit card authorization form below and send back to the hotel. So I've done that. I've filled out, that's on page 3. I have to fill out my name and how much I'm paying and how many rooms, when I'm in and when I'm out, and my credit card details. Then you have the golden bus ticket notification. So the golden bus, that's the bus that goes from Hong Kong to Macau, across the new Hong Kong, Zhuhai, Macau bridge. The golden bus ticket has been reserved for you based on the date of your check-in. Departure time is 4 p.m. This is the only bus schedule dedicated for that hotel. Please present this confirmation letter to purchase the tickets. The ticket is Hong Kong $65. It's about $8 US, or $9 US. Golden Bus has the right of final decision, so they can refuse carriage for whatever reason they like, and you lose everything. All guests traveling by land, which is the bus, it's the only way to get there, will be required to undergo the NAT test before exiting the immigration. Passengers should allow sufficient time to arrive at immigration control points and comply with the tests being carried out, and are therefore recommended to arrive at the port, that's the Hong Kong port near the Hong Kong airport, before 1:30 p.m. So I have to get there before 1:30 p.m. to catch a 4 p.m. bus, because you have to do a NAT test and you have to sit around. There's going to be a lot of sitting around tomorrow. Passengers are required to wear K95 or N95 masks, or those of higher standards. Otherwise, they will be refused to board the golden bus. Before taking a plane, vessel, vehicle to the Macau SAR, you and your travel companions must visit the link below and make an appointment for nucleic acid testing for the period of hotel-based medical observation. Screenshot of the booking confirmation will have to present it on board before boarding. So then you have to go to this other place and you have to book your 5, yes, count them, 5 NAT tests during the 5 days quarantine. 1 every day. You have to take a PCR test, and they cost 250 MOP each, total 1,250 MOP. So that is about 160, I guess, US dollars. And here's my booking from the University Hospital. They must be the ones that come to the hotel that do it, and I've paid for it already. So I have to pay for the hotel at about 150 US a night. I have to pay for the 5 tests, which is another 150. And then what else have we got here? Please ensure to present a printed copy of the negative results for the COVID-19 NAT done within 24 hours and issued by local authorized institutes. That's in Hong Kong. So I have to get a NAT test today, which I've already gone and got it. You have to get a NAT test today, pick up the result. You have to pay for it. It's 140 Hong Kong dollars if you want the result within 24 hours, and 240 Hong Kong dollars if you want the result in 12 hours, and then go and physically pick up the printed copy from the test station, or they send you a link and you can print it out. If you have a color printer, it must be in color, it must be one piece of paper, and it must be double-sided. Apparently it's 2 pages. If you print it on 2 pages rather than 1 page, I'm told they may refuse. And I'm told if it's in black and white instead of color, they may refuse. So, you've got to get everything right here. You can contact the Macau Health Bureau for more details at this phone number or the following websites. Okay, so that's my hotel confirmation. Then I have to do my NAT booking. So I have to book that. And all of these things must be printed out in hard copy, ready to present tomorrow, not just screenshots. You have to print them out. Here's my agreement to stay in room. So I have to sign an agreement. It's here in Chinese, Portuguese, and English. In accordance with Article 14 of Law Number 2/2004, the Law on the Prevention, Control and Treatment of Infectious Diseases, individuals who undergo medical observation should stay at designated venue by health authority and are not allowed to go out at will. So you are imprisoned in the hotel. It is basically a prison sentence, right? By law, you are stuck in that room. Individuals contravening with the requirements may be subject to mandatory isolation, in addition to corresponding criminal liabilities with prison sentence of up to 6 months or a fine of up to 60 days. Macau has this strange fine system where they fine you a certain number of days and then they apportion an amount of money to each day. Very strange. I hereby acknowledge that I have read and understand this information. So I have to put my name, my type of identification document, my identification document number, my profession, my phone number. I have to sign it and date it. So that's the third document that I need. 3 documents here. The fourth document is the NAT test, which will be negative, of course. I pick that up tomorrow. I did the test just before midday, so I'll pick it up just before midday tomorrow. And then I've got to be out to the port by 1:30. It's out near the airport, so it's sort of 30 to 60 minutes drive out to there. And then I've got to do the NAT test out there. I've got to buy the ticket and so forth. So let's now go through the email again from the hotel after the rest of the email. So I've done the attachments. Well, except for the 2 attachments from the Health Bureau, which we'll get to. Below is a brief outline as to what to expect. Procedures. There are 5 nucleic acid tests to be undergone during the stay in the hotel. The tests are payable. I've just paid them. MOP $1,250. Please scan the QR code below or use the link for the website to make the appointment and payment prior to departure, which I've done. Payment confirmation of nucleic acid test will be needed to be presented at the border. Got that ready to go. Okay. And then it's a day-by-day account of what's going to happen. November 24, that's today. Please ensure that 24 hours test is conducted with paper printout in order to be able to enter the bus station in Hong Kong. That's at the port. Now, 24 hours, let me say this as well. It's confusing. My bus goes tomorrow at 4 p.m. So does that mean I have to take the test sometime after 4 p.m. today, the day before? No, it's actually any time the day before. In fact, if I did the test at 4 p.m., it may be too late, unless I paid for the 12-hour express service, because I paid for the 24-hour service. I did the test today at midday, which is actually 26 hours before my bus goes, but I could have done it any time today. 24 hours doesn't mean 24 hours. It means in the 24-hour period of the day before. It's actually what it means. Bit confusing. Golden bus ticket. Oh, hang on. Travelers must be able to present these 3 required documents before boarding the bus. Confirmation of the medical observation booking, got that. Negative NAT proof within 24 hours, print out. I'll get that tomorrow. Payment receipt for the mandatory NATs during medical observation. Done that. Golden bus ticket. The golden bus ticket has been reserved for you based on the date of your check-in. Departure time is 4 p.m. This is the only bus ticket. Blah, 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 blah. It's the same as I read before. All guests traveling by land are required to undergo NAT test before exiting immigration. That's tomorrow. So in addition to the NAT test I took today, the PCR test I took today, I've got to do another one tomorrow at the port. Passengers should allow sufficient time, therefore recommended to arrive before 1:30. Have to wear mask, KN95 or N95 or better. So a normal surgical mask will not do. Day 1, arrival in Macau, normal procedure. During immigration process, authorities will check valid ID, medical observation hotel booking, payment receipt for the mandatory NATs during medical observation. After immigration from border, you will be sent to the hotel by bus. This process will take 1 to 2 hours. Usual arrival to the hotel around 6:30 p.m. Check in at the hotel, exit the bus, meet the hotel staff in full gear to handle luggage from car. Should be from bus, no. Maybe we transfer at some point from a bus to a car. I'm not quite sure. Temperature check upon arrival. Check in by registering at hotel reception by showing ID and receiving room key. Guests usually find their own way to the room since hotel staff are not allowed to join in the lift. We will show you the way to the lift and advise you to go to level, and there's a number there. Your room number will be, and there's a number there. So I already know my room number. Another staff in full gear, full PPE gear, will assist with luggage to the room door front. We will not enter the room. No officials are expected to escort you to the room. Note that no items may leave the guest's hand or suitcase from this point onwards under the eyes of the officials. After entering the room, guests are not allowed under any circumstances to leave the room and visit public spaces. Floor security is stationed on every floor 24/7. So there's a security guard on every floor of the hotel 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You may not leave your room. In fact, and it comes up later elsewhere, the room key is a one-time only room key. It will open the door once and you go into the room, you close the door behind you, and that is it. The room key doesn't work anymore now. So you can walk out of the room, but if you walk out of the room, you can't get back in. So you are locked in that room like a prison cell. What's next here? PCR tests. The tests during the 5 days in quarantine are on the daily basis as below. Day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5. The tests during the 3 days under the red health code, Broadway Macau and the Rocks Macau, that's 2 hotels in Macau, will accept red code bookings. So they obviously do red code PCR test there. Day 6, day 7, day 8. So I'm going to be taking 8 PCR tests officially administered by a medical health professional in the next 8 days, every day for 8 days. The health code will change to green after the last test has been conducted and negative test results is revealed. So assuming my test today is negative, my rat test tomorrow morning is negative because I still have to do a rat test as well. My PCR test tomorrow at the port is negative, then 8 more PCR tests over the following 8 days are negative. So I'm actually going to do 10 PCR tests in a row, 10 days in a row. Did one today, we'll do one tomorrow, we'll do 5 in the hotel, then we'll do 3 under the red code, 10 tests in 10 days. All done by medical health professionals, not rat tests. 2 of those days I'm doing rat tests as well. The tests outside quarantine can be booked through this link. The hotel team will assist if needed. Negative results will not be shared. Test result certificate will be provided upon checkout. This may change at any time depending on Health Bureau. The Health Bureau would typically call the room to inquire about your health, presumably daily. Excuse me. They call from their office via the hotel operator, and we will screen the calls and alert the guest prior. Health. If any guests are feeling unwell during any time of the stay, on-site police will be informed to have the ambulance arranged to transport guests to the hospital for observation or medical assistance. I mean, even you're feeling a little bit unwell, you've got symptoms. It's not a case of, like in every other country, go home and wait it out. No, what do they do in Macau? The policeman calls the ambulance to get you in the ambulance, sirens blaring, rush you off to hospital. I mean, it's an overreaction, isn't it? Well, I would say it's an overreaction. Guests are required to conduct self-temperature checks twice a day. Well, I've been doing that here in Hong Kong anyway, breakfast and dinner time. A thermometer is arranged and guests will record this on the form provided. Guests are required to inform the hotel when body temperature is above 37.5 degrees Celsius or has symptoms of coughing, breathing difficulty, diarrhea, muscle pain, or if feel uncomfortable. Food and beverage. Please advise any dietary requirements or preferences, allergies, etc. All food and beverage orders are to be delivered promptly at the timing to be indicated. Please advise for any preference for minibar setup. HDMI connectors, iPad and iPhone connectors will be set up. Please advise any fitness equipment from the attached list that you may require. Guests will be notified of the required checkout time. This is after the 5 days, which is usually between 11 and 11:30, as they will meet the Health Bureau officials at the hotel lobby to receive their test results. Their health code will go red. This is the code on the Macau app, as opposed to the Hong Kong app I've been using in the last few days. Okay, that's all those details. And so meals are delivered 3 times a day. You can get room service in addition to the meals, which are included with the cost of your hotel. There is internet provided. It's quite fast, apparently. What else do I have? The only other things, I had a few questions. I asked the hotel, they got back to me, they answered them, but I've covered them all already now. And also they send you these 2 documents from the Health Bureau, which of course you need to read. One is 6 pages long, one is 7 pages long. Here goes the 6 pages long one. This guideline shall be executed by, so this is prevention of novel coronavirus pneumonia, notes on medical observation at hotels. This guideline shall be executed by relevant individuals and public-private entities under the supervision of their supervisory entities under Article 3, obligation to cooperate of law number 2 of 2004, the law on the prevention and control and treatment of infectious diseases. To achieve the target of prevention, control, and treatment of infectious diseases, individuals and the public-private entities are obligated to closely cooperate with their supervisory entities and comply with the orders and guidelines issued by their supervisory entities according to the law. This guideline is without prejudice to any more concrete or stringent orders/guidelines set out by relevant supervisory entities in light of the actual circumstances. In other words, you're throwing yourself on their mercy. You're basically, they're in control, they're supervising you, you have to do whatever they say. In accordance with Article 14 of the same law, individuals who have been exposed to COVID-19 must strictly follow the requirements of health authorities to undergo medical observation at the designated place and time, which will be a hospital. Individuals contravening with the requirements may be subject to mandatory isolation in addition to corresponding criminal liabilities. So it goes on to explain the targets, people who are required by health authorities to receive medical observation at a hotel, the period of medical observation, and it just explains that it's 5 days, and it goes on with a few other. Generally, it is not permitted to discontinue medical observation before the end of the medical observation period, unlike Hong Kong, where you are permitted to do it. Macau is more stringent than Hong Kong. Points to note during medical observation: accompanying persons who travel to Macau from the same place on the same flight or vehicle, or members from the same household who are exposed to the same source, may choose to share one hotel room, whereas minors should stay in the same room with their guardian or a caretaker as consented by their guardian. The final decision of whether a room can be shared is subject to the policy, if any, of the hotel offering medical observation. Stay in the assigned room and never leave the room without prior authorization. Next one. Individuals under medical observation are at risk of infection and will pose a transmission risk to the medical institutions if they visit patients there. Hence, in general situations, visiting patients in medical institutions is not allowed for persons under medical observation. If they need to leave the medical observation venue for patient visiting, they must apply to the Health Bureau in advance, and the medical institutions must have proper conditions and appropriate arrangements in place. The Health Bureau will analyze the application based on the opinions of the medical institutions. Next one. Do not open the room door unless necessary. What's necessary? If it is necessary to open the door or leave the guest room for medical reasons, put on an N95, KN95, FFP2 or equivalent mask properly. If such a mask is not available, put on a cloth mask on top of a surgical mask to improve the fit of the mask. Do not open the windows in the guest rooms. Make sure the windows are closed prior to opening the room door. To ensure good ventilation inside the room, do not switch off the exhaust device in the room, including the bathroom. Should there be an air purifier in place, please keep it in operation at highest airflow instead of automatic mode. So if you've got an exhaust and/or air purifier in place, please run them 24/7. That's what that says, and put up with the noise. After being notified to open the room door for collection of meal or other supplies, wear a mask properly as required in point 3.4 and make sure the exhaust device of the bathroom is switched on. Of course, it's switched on. We're leaving it running 24/7. Before opening the room door, slowly. Do not fully open the room door. Perform hand hygiene after collection of meals or other supplies. I mean, for people who are living with the virus in other countries, this must sound absolutely ridiculous. Observe personal hygiene. Perform hand hygiene frequently. Avoid touching the eyes, nose, and mouth before washing hands. I mean, haven't they discounted all this as a transmission method? I suppose they haven't. It's just the touching physical items that they've discounted. Oh no, I coughed. I must have COVID. Cover the nose and mouth with a tissue when sneezing or coughing. If a tissue is not available, cover the nose and mouth with a sleeve or the crook of an elbow instead of the palms. Pay attention to toilet hygiene. After using the toilet, flush it with the lid closed. I was taught that when I was a little kid by my parents. And then wash hands immediately. I was taught that too. Frequently pour water, approximately half a litre of clean water, into every drain outlet to ensure the UB trap is charged with water. Dispose of waste properly. All domestic waste generated by the confine during medical observation must be wrapped properly and then handed to the hotel at a designated time for further management. Do not do anything that may lead to the spread of infectious diseases. Measure your body temperature twice a day and fill out the annexed health monitoring record. In the event of fever, dry cough, malaise, sore throat, reduced sense of smell or taste, diarrhea, or other respiratory symptoms, not limited to situations requiring admission into hospital, notify staff of the designated hotel immediately in order to arrange for medical treatment as soon as possible. That will be rushing you off to hospital, even though it includes situations not limited to those that require admission to hospital. For requirements of articles allowed to be brought into designated hotels, please refer to the articles allowed for persons staying at medical observation hotels. Nucleic acid testing arrangements. Oh, I need a break. Hang on a second. Fast forward while I grab some water. Okay, I'm back. Nucleic acid testing arrangements. With sample taken by nasopharyngeal swab up the nose, will be arranged by the health authorities at the beginning and amid the medical observation. Individuals under medical observation should cooperate with sample collection in order to yield timely laboratory results. Otherwise, such individuals will be held responsible for the extended medical observation period and related expenses incurred therein. Person whose period of medical observation is extended due to being tested positive in nucleic acid testing or accompanying a positive case. So your quarantine will be extended not only if you test positive, but if you just happen to accompany somebody else who tested positive, must bear the relevant expenses for the extended medical observation period. So you're taking a gamble, right, when you do this. Persons under medical observation must conduct rapid antigen testing according to the requirements of health authorities and declare the result to the rapid antigen test reporting platform. I wonder if I have to take a rat test every day before the gnat tests. I haven't got any more rat tests. I've only got enough to last me till Friday. Maybe I should buy some tomorrow morning. I don't know what the requirements are. I better ask. Let me ask now. Luckily, I've got a WhatsApp conversation with the general manager going. Now, not everybody would have that luxury. Okay, I've asked him now. Well, hopefully I'll get an answer. It's a bit late now. Probably get an answer in the morning. Points to note for leaving medical observation hotel. Infected persons should leave in batches and take the elevator separately. Before leaving the guest room, the infected person should wear a mask properly as required in blah, blah, blah. Do not touch or lean on any surfaces of the environment and the articles of the hotel. If touching has occurred, oh my God, touching, so dangerous. Sanitize hands immediately. Before leaving the hotel, clean and sanitize the surface of the luggage thoroughly. For personal hygiene and environmental disinfection guidelines, see the special web page against epidemics for details, blah, blah, blah. And then there's a health monitoring record that you have to complete with the date and the time and the body temperature and any symptoms twice a day, I guess. Yes, it looks like it. Articles allowed for persons staying at medical observation hotels. You're allowed to take masks, alcohol-based hand rub, alcohol pads, thermometer, necessary drugs, shampoo, shower gel, hand soap, laundry detergent, disposable bed linen, pillowcases, eating utensils, hangers, clothespins, towels, clothing, underwear, slippers, prepackaged food, for example, instant noodles, snacks, and drinks. High-risk food is not allowed to be brought into the hotel, such as sashimi, sushi, oysters, ice cream, cake, etc. Durian is forbidden to bring in. You can bring in a notebook, stationery and papers, extension units, electrical extension units, and hair dryers. Please note that articles that have entered the hotel are only allowed to be carried away when the medical observation is completed, because they could be carrying COVID. To effectively guard against the disease, families are urged to minimize the frequency of delivering materials to designated hotels. And the delivery should be made in accordance with the designated time and place. Okay, that's one of the documents you have to read, or you should read. And here's the other one from the Health Bureau. The prevention of novel coronavirus pneumonia, requirements on proof of negative SARS-CoV-2 test. This guideline shall be executed by relevant individuals and public-private entities under the supervision of their supervisory entities under Article 3, obligation to cooperate, blah, 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 same as I read before. Scope of application. These guidelines are applicable to scenarios where the presentation of a proof of negative test is required. Look, I'll try and skip over this stuff. Accepted specimen types. Respiratory tract specimens, nasopharyngeal swabs, oropharyngeal swabs, or combined nasal and throat swabs, which is, by the way, what I had for my NAT test today. They actually did, first time I've ever had the mouth and the nose. For babies, rectal swab samples may be used as a substitute. Poor babies. SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19 nucleic acid tests performed by polymerase chain reaction, PCR in other words. Proof of viral nucleic acid test result must be based on a sample collected by or under the supervision of a health professional, because only a health professional knows how to stick a swab up your nose. Unacceptable testing methods, antigen tests. In other words, one of these, no good. IgM antibody test, whatever that is, can't use it. And some other tests conducted due to the presence, that doesn't make sense. Tests conducted due to the presence of suspected symptoms, irrespective of the method. So if you do a test because you've got symptoms and you suspect you might have COVID, that test doesn't count. That's what that just says. Doesn't make sense. Accepted test reports when traveling to or within Macau. A Macau health code containing the report of negative nucleic acid test result. Photo ID card with the same name, sex, and ID number must be presented together. Screenshot of the code can be used on arrival in Macau. In places other than the ports of entry, a real-time Macau health code may be required when necessary. A paper report issued by a testing institution recognized by the local government, that's acceptable because anything on paper is better than anything electronic, according to the Macau government. The report must at least contain same name showing on the ID card, testing institution, testing method, time of report, and the report or specimen number. I mean, all this is just to tell you what's an acceptable test. I mean, but you have to read it because you have to read it to know not to read it, if that makes sense. Print copy of electronic reports accessed via email or the website of a local government or testing institution. The tested person should bring along their own mobile phone, tablet, or laptop to open the email or website in front of the airline check-in staff at the airport or the health quarantine officers at the port of entry for verification of authenticity. The email must be sent by the testing institution. The report must at least contain the same name as on the ID card, testing institution, testing method, time of report, and the report or specimen number. In the event of incomplete personal identification information on the report, a receipt with detailed personal information
Personal identification information, appointment slip, or other relevant information must be prepared to prove the authenticity of the report. Well, that doesn't gel with what it said elsewhere that said you had to have a printout. All inbound travelers are required to declare their health condition and preceding travel and residential history truthfully and pay attention to the announcements of the Macau SAR government in relation to the risk areas. Travel to other areas. So travel to Zhuhai and it explains. Travel to Shenzhen and it explains. So travel to each or from each different places, different requirements. Travel from Macau airport. Travel from Macau airport to cities outside mainland and Hong Kong. And then it goes on to give a summary of all the different 3 columns: destination basis, validity period, and examples. So they all have different validity periods. And there are 7, 8, 9, 10 different examples. So, for example, within Macau is one. Another one is traveling from Guangdong province to Macau. Another one is traveling from Macau to Guangdong province. Another one is traveling directly from places in the mainland other than Guangdong province to Macau by air or sea. Another one is traveling from Macau to the rest of the mainland. Well, it's not rest of the mainland, right? Because, I suppose it is rest of the mainland other than Guangdong province by air or by sea. Traveling from Hong Kong to Macau by sea or by land. Traveling directly from Taiwan region, have to say region for Taiwan because it's part of China, don't you know, to Macau by air. Traveling directly from Macau to Taiwan region by air. Isn't it the same? No, one was from and one was from Taiwan to Macau, one was from Macau to Taiwan. Traveling from other countries, traveling from Macau to a foreign country. And there's all these different requirements, whether it's 24, 48, 72 hours, 7 days, a whole bunch. And that's the end of that document. So having read those documents and understood them and got my 3 documents here and done my tests and have to pick up my test tomorrow and print it out in color, 1 page, double-sided, I think I'm ready to go. So how long did it take to process all that? Well, I've been recording this video now for some 40 minutes and I've been over it and over it. So actually that was quick. I probably spent a couple of hours just slowly reading and understanding everything. Of course, I had to go and get my tests. So I've spent many hours making sure I've got everything right so that I don't make a mistake. All right, well, wish me luck. Next video will be tomorrow morning, and I guess it'll be after I pick up my test, perhaps, or before I pick up my test. So that's it for now. Day 4 of being in Hong Kong, and tomorrow will be day 5, and also day 0. The travel day is day 0 of going to Macau. All right, enough of that for now, and see you tomorrow. Bye for now. Well, hello once again. It is now Friday, the 25th of November. So this is my day 5 in Hong Kong, Sunday being day 0, and then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday being days 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And today is the big day, which I'm going to travel over to Macau. I didn't show you yesterday, but yesterday, this is the receipt for 140 Hong Kong dollars for my 24-hour test, NAT test. I went yesterday and had the test, which was up the nose and in the mouth. And I got the result this morning and it's negative. But before I do anything else, of course, let's get the daily rat test going. So here's my last one, actually, I have on me, but I won't need them after today because I'm going to have NAT tests every day. So here are my tests from earlier in my travels. Here are all my tests from the last 5 days. Today will be number 6. So let's get the test going straight away so that we can get the result. Here's my last tube. And where's my last swab? Must be here somewhere. Okay, what did I do with it? I thought I had it a second ago.
Okay, bear with me. Maybe it's in here somewhere. This is my health bag. One sort of mask, black surgical masks. An empty bag now I can throw out. KN95 masks. More KN95 masks. Ah, here it is. Found it. Okay, right. Okay. So, usual, up the nose. Now in the tube here. And 1 minute, away we go. Okay, there's my minute done. Screw the lid back on, break the thing off, pour it into here, a few drops. You just squeeze the bottle. Put that down, let that start to do its thing. And as I've shown you on previous occasions, the water, the liquid, the reagent, it's actually called, goes in here into this little receptacle, and then it sort of leaks its way. It soaks this piece of paper inside. You can see the paper inside or material or whatever it is getting wet, and that's soaking up, even though it's against gravity, soaking up to the top. I guess if I put it upside down, it might go quicker. But you can't really. Oh, yes, you can. You can see. So it's already all the way. And I can already see the red line starting to form on the C. So we'll leave that there to the end of the video. Let me just grab my phone. Okay, so as I said, I got the result this morning. So I did the test just before 12, about 11:45 noon, but I got the result, and I paid for the 24-hour service, not the 12-hour service. And I got an SMS today from HKSARG saying COVID-19 paid test record result is negative with a specimen number, and then also a link to actually Prenetics, PRENETICS, sent me a text message in English and Chinese with a link. You click on the link and it takes you to a web page. You have to enter in the password. The password is your year of birth. And Bob's your uncle. You get this certificate, which obviously I have to print out. I'm actually going to go to the testing center and get it because it's very close to me. But I could easily just as easily print this out at the hotel, or if you have access to a color printer. And it apparently has to be on one page, double-sided. So I'll go and get that later today. Yes, I'm negative. You can see the line on the C. I'm just going to write down, like I always do. Let's just do this over here. /11, and what's the time? 09:20. So I've written the date and the time on there, and I'll write my name on there later, like I have for all the others. I could eventually make some kind of art installation out of all of these. I've got, what have I got here? 6 from before, 6 from this adventure. That's a dozen. I've got about 40 or 50 in Macau. So I don't know, maybe 50 or 60. I'll make something out of them later. So I need my passport and I need my receipt to go and get my printout to add to my hotel confirmation, 3 pages, my agree to stay in room agreement, and my NAT booking tests all ready to go. And of course, I'm still under self-monitoring in Hong Kong, so I'm still filling this baby out. So when I go downstairs in a moment, I'll take my temperature and then take my temperature again just after noon as I leave to go to the port. Oh yes, one other thing, 2 other things. I got the answer. I messaged the GM of the quarantine hotel. Do we need to take rat tests as well as the daily NAT test? The answer is at this stage, no. If the health department of Macau makes us do it, they will provide the rat test, which is good because I've just run out. I just used my last one. And the other thing is, oh yes, I was kind enough to receive a message this morning. I won't say from who, but somebody who knows that I'm going over there and who's knowledgeable about somebody who has an official capacity and is knowledgeable about the whole process. Be prepared to spend most of the time outside, no water, no seating before you can enter the bus station. Protect yourself very well. Lots of people get infected when traveling to Macau. And this is one of the points. And one of the points is that all of these tests and lining up in queues and standing around waiting for results and so forth, they themselves can be super spreader events. You can get COVID so at these events. So that's a big problem. And we've seen that in mainland China as well. You know, hundreds and thousands and tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands and even millions of people queuing up in various cities where there's been mass testing and gathering together in big crowds, and those tests themselves become super spreader events. That sounds very bad. Be prepared to spend most of the time outside with no water. So I'll take water. Actually, another friend of mine who knows I'm coming over today messaged me and said, take water. You know, you'll have no water. No seating before you can enter the bus station. So it sounds like I just have to stand around for 2 hours doing nothing. That's pretty bad. No seating. I'll probably have to sit on the ground or something. I mean, that's very badly arranged by the authorities if that's the case, but I'll let you know. I'll do another video after I arrive in Macau explaining what the process was like. All right. Well, that's it for now. And I'll do another video just before I leave Hong Kong. Bye for now. Hello, everyone. Here I am with my KN95 mask on, all ready to go. To get that damn thing off. And here are my 6 rat tests, all showing negative over the last 6 days. So I've kept all of them, and I've been out now and got my reports. Yay! And it says specimen ID, client name, date of birth. I had to pay 140 Hong Kong for this. Specimen collection date. Turns out it was 11:57 and 51 seconds yesterday, 24th of November, combined nasal and throat swab. And the report date was exactly 7:30 this morning, 25th of November. And it says description, methodology, result, which is the most important thing. Result is SARS-CoV-2, COVID-19, not detected. Oh, I don't have COVID. Remark, blah, blah, blah. It is a serious criminal offence in Hong Kong to tamper with, falsify, or forge a test result report. If you suspect that a report has been tampered with, falsified, or forged, please contact us at blah, 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 blah. And it's got more details on the back here. And my friend who's been to Macau before and done the process that I am doing now has said to me, oh, make sure it's on 1 page, double-sided. And when they printed it out, they printed it out for me on 2 pages, single-sided. And then I said to them, I know this sounds ridiculous, but my friend said, that he was told that they would only accept it if it was on one page, it's double-sided. So she looked at me and went, I'll print out one, one like that for you as well, with no hint of frustration or exasperation, because that is the kind of thing that might happen in Macau. Very, very bureaucratic place. And, it's all about process and box ticking rather than the big picture, which can be quite frustrating. So I have both, just in case, both versions, and I have my receipt and I have my 3 other documents here: my confirmation letter, my booking of my 5 NAT tests over the next 5 days, and my signed agreement to stay inside. I won't be a naughty boy. I won't open the window. When I open the door, I'll open it a little bit and I'll wash my bags. So I've got all that, and I've got and also, of course, I took my temperature this morning, as I was required to do. It was 36.1. I'm always a little bit lower than the usual 36.5. All of mine have been 36.2, 5, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So what's that? 7, 7, 7, and 6, which is 27 divided by 9. 27 divided by 9 is 3. So my average temperature for the last 9 samples since I've been keeping this record has been 36.3 degrees. So I've got that as well, which I'll keep just in case I need it in Hong Kong to prove I've been a good boy in doing what I'm told. And I have my KN95 mask. Actually, I have a bunch of them, and just in case. And looks like I'm set to go. And I'm told by another friend, bring water. And that's 2 people now who have told me, bring water. So obviously that's an issue, but I have plenty of water here. Plenty of water. So I think I'm good to go. So the next time you'll hear from me, hopefully I will be in Macau in my quarantine hotel. So that's it for now, and see you on the other side, hopefully in Macau. Okay, bye for now. Well, hello everybody. Here I am in Macau in my quarantine hotel, and recording this video. I've had the time to set up some nice lighting, put some flowers here. Tried my best, just like a real YouTuber. Okay, so here I am in Macau. So the update, well, there's a lot to update you on, so this is going to be quite a long video, but here we go. So the taxi to the Hong Kong port, near the airport, when I say the Hong Kong port, I mean the Hong Kong, Zhuhai, Macau boundary crossing facility. We can't call it border because it's all China. That is a building kind of quite close to Hong Kong Airport, but not attached to Hong Kong Airport inconveniently. I guess one day eventually it will be. So the taxi from Central, where I was staying, Central Hong Kong, was 30 minutes because there was no traffic. 30 minutes is probably the best time if there's absolutely no traffic at all. I left bang on 1 because I knew there was going to be no traffic. So I got there at exactly 3:30, 3:29 to be precise, and spent the next 90 minutes or so in a kind of undercover staging area outside the building, but just in front of the building, but it had cover, kind of like a porte cochere, I guess you would say. The Hong Kong staff there outside the building were generally helpful, generally pretty good, doing the best they could in a bad situation. I arrived, I had my bags with me, I was rolling my bags, and went up to somebody, and somebody said, right, the first thing, show us your paperwork. So I showed all the paperwork, and then they asked me to scan yet another QR code. It's all, as I said before, everything's about QR codes here in China. So I scanned some QR code they asked me to scan, and it brought up my booking. I'll just flash it quickly. Book up. I scanned a QR code to bring up a booking that had a QR code in it. Everything has QR codes. Booking for regular nucleic acid tests at centralized isolation and medical observation hotels. Has a booking name, has my name, has the date of arrival, has the hotel reserved, shows that it's paid. I actually had to do this 3 times before it came up. And the guy in Hong Kong said, yeah, that happens all the time. Sometimes the app just doesn't work or the scan just doesn't work. So I had to do it 3 times and then suddenly it did work. First time, I think it said no such booking. Another time there was some other problem. But the third time it worked and he wasn't fazed by that. He wasn't surprised by that. Clearly that happens all the time. Okay. Yes, I've been getting coffee delivered to me at the hotel. What happened next? I've made a bit of a list here that I'm referring to. So then they asked to see my test result that I picked up on Friday morning, and they stapled a little piece of cardboard to it with a reference number on there. I don't really have any idea what that was. In the end, it seemed unimportant whether it was single-sided or double-sided, the test result. In fact, I think I gave them the 2-page version, even though I had both versions, and it didn't seem to matter. Then they came up to me with the Leave Home Safe app and made sure that I scanned that QR code, because so that place itself is a place that is registered under the Leave Home Safe app. So that's the Hong Kong app where you have to scan any restaurant you go into or anything like that. So they came up, some girl came up with a big QR code and made me scan that. So I did that. Then I queued up in the first queue, the first of many for the day, first queue to get a test. So eventually I got through that queue and I was given a test pack, a little pack with a tube in it with I think it had my name or number or something or other stuck on it. And then they stuck a green wristband, which I've since ripped off, of course, now that I'm in the hotel. They stuck this green wristband around, which has a number on it. And basically I became a piece of cattle along with everybody else. Then I queued up for a test booth. And then I went to a test booth. So they had a number of booths there to do yet another NAT test, even though I did one the day before. And she said to me, blow your nose. And this is the first time I've ever had this. And then she looked at me quite seriously and said, look, this test is going to be deep and it's going to be a bit painful. And I have never had that before. In all the NAT tests that I have done, or PCR tests, same thing, that I've done in Macau, nobody's ever warned me of that. And certainly for the rat test, the self tests, you stick it up your nose yourself. You guys have seen me do plenty of them now, so you're certainly not going to hurt yourself. And you get a result, there's the control line. So it must be that you're testing adequately to get the control line. If you just waved the swab around in the air and didn't put it in your nose at all, I'm sure the red line wouldn't come up on the control line, so you couldn't count it as a negative test. She said, look, it'll be painful. And I had heard of this before from people. And I said to her, look, what had I had at that stage? I had 6, 7, I said, I've had 8 tests in 5 days, come on, this is a bit of overkill. Anyway, she did it and it was painful. It did hurt. And, it was a little bit difficult, to be frank with you, a little bit difficult to take. And I'm getting pretty damn sick of sticking things up my nose, I can tell you that. Anyway, I said to her at the time, I said, come on, I've had 8 tests in 5 days. The whole thing's getting a bit ridiculous. And she looked at me, she goes, yeah, I know. Like she was really sincere. She wasn't just pandering to me. She was being sincere. Like, yeah, I know this is too much. This is over the top, is what she was saying in an authentic way. So then I had they had given me, when they gave me the bottle to give to the person to do the test, they had given me my ID, my passport, and a reference number in a plastic bag and sealed it up in this plastic, transparent plastic bag, and said, don't take your ID out of the plastic bag. Wait 1 hour. So then I had to wait 1 hour outside the building, undercover, but outdoors, and there were not enough seats. So there were seats, but they were just random plastic seats, like you'd see in a school or something. And there weren't enough seats. Some people had to stand. I had to stand for about 20 minutes. And then as people got called up, people left their seats. So eventually I got a seat and I sat for 40 minutes. And it was about an hour. It was pretty much exactly an hour. So just to wait there for an hour with nothing to do, just check your phone or whatever. So I did that. It was quite dystopian. It was there were lots of announcements going on. So there were announcements in Chinese going on in Mandarin and in Cantonese all the time. And there was an air of confusion. Everybody was like, what's going on? There was no real letting you know what was going on or what the next step was or anything like that. In fact, at one stage, I saw one Chinese guy go up to a lady and ask a question in Chinese. And her reaction was, I don't know. What would you do? Or Omsik Joel. She didn't know, and he was didn't know what he was doing. And you could just tell from the general demeanor of everybody that it was a little bit confusing. It was very disorganized. Some of the seats had priority stuck on the back of them where you couldn't see, priority for elderly people or for pregnant women or that sort of thing. But nobody was taking any notice of that. Everybody was just sitting wherever they could. There was no separate area for priority. Very disorganized. And these seats were just loose on the concrete, just sit where not in rows or anything like that. So very disorganized. And these announcements were going on all the time. And the announcements were sort of unintelligible, bureaucratic announcements, one after the other, non-stop for the whole hour. It was just one announcement after another. Many of them were wrong and out of date. They were in English as well. They were in English. Those announcements out of that speaker were in English, Chinese, and Mandarin. And some of them were just simply wrong. I know that they were wrong. For example, there was one saying that only people from Hong Kong, Taiwan, and China could go to Macau. But clearly I was going to Macau. So that was wrong. It was the case in the past. So the announcements hadn't been updated. Some of them even said, from 18th of March, 2020, the rule is blah, blah, blah. Well, that was almost 3 years ago. So that was pretty badly organized. Then there was another speaker where they were calling out the numbers, the number that was in the plastic bag with your passport. And then that's when you knew to go up and to get your result of your NAT test. They weren't calling them out in English. They were calling them out in Mandarin and Cantonese. And it was just a freestanding speaker because it was outdoors and the speaker was low quality. And that speaker was fighting with the announcement speaker. And also buses were coming up and pulling up right next to where we were, and buses are loud. So sometimes the sound of the buses would drown out the sounds of the speakers. You're very disorganized, badly done, quite frankly. So eventually I got the all clear. Eventually they called my number, which I recognized in Cantonese and Mandarin, but I had to listen very carefully. They were saying them very quickly, and the speaker was sometimes cutting in and out, but eventually I heard my number. I went up, and of course I tested negative. Clearly I don't have COVID. I've been tested so many times. Yes, I know I can get it anytime, but how? It's like in here, I've already been tested 2 times. I've got 3 more to go. How am I going to get COVID alone in a room, completely alone? Anyway, leave that discussion for another time. So eventually I got the all clear, and then I got to go in the building. So I had been outside the building for an hour and a half now. So now it was 3 p.m. and I got to go into the building for the first of many checkpoints within the building. I went up to the first checkpoint, and they gave me 4 pieces of paper to complete, 4 forms. So one was the HZM passenger form, which was clearly for the bus company. It was an A5 form, and there was about, I had to fill out your name and phone number, contact numbers and address and date of birth and stuff like that. Seat number, which you didn't have, but clearly they put the seat number on that form later because they collected that form on the bus. There was a form called the Declaration of Consent/Refusal to Receive Medical Observation. Now I've got a bit of a cough from all the talking and all the things up the nose and the mouth and whatever. Clearly I don't have a temperature though. I definitely don't have COVID. I've written down here the other one was an investigation form of individuals who have traveled to areas with widespread community transmission or high rise, it should be high risk, of course, of COVID-19 at port of entry. That was the name of the third form. And finally, there was a declaration of previous COVID infection, which was only in Chinese. Luckily, I could take a picture, send it to my assistant and ask her what it said, but that was only in Chinese. If you don't speak Chinese, I guess you would have had to ask them and they would have explained, but they don't speak English too well, to be honest. There was nowhere to complete these forms. There was no desk, there was no pens, there was no nothing. They just gave you these forms, herded you into yet another holding area where there were seats, and you had to fill out these forms. So people were using their own pens, they were using their suitcases, they were using the backs of each other, they were using, you know, the boundary, the border, the sort of the railing that was keeping us in the pen. Very badly organized. I mean, this has been going on for months, if not years. Oh, it has been going on for years. I mean, I would have thought, you know, give me one day in there, I would have completely reorganized it, made it much more friendly and much more efficient, as would any half-decent manager. Anyway, was pretty badly done, to be honest. So we're sitting all in this holding pen with those tiny stools you see in the Cha Chang Teng places, the Chinese tea houses, these tiny little stools, which normally you would think of as for kids, but Chinese use them. There weren't enough seats, so some people had to stand. And we waited and we waited and we waited, and then eventually we queued up into another line, and then that line was the line to go to buy the tickets. So then I had to buy the ticket to the Golden Bus, which was indeed Hong Kong $65, as I explained before. But guess what? I had to buy 2 tickets. Why? Because I had 2 bags. You're only allowed to take 1 bag. So there's no cheaper cost for just another bag. You had to buy for a whole extra ticket. So anyway, fine, whatever. So I paid 130 instead of 65 Hong Kong dollars. By the way, no bathroom in any of this process. So if you're one of those people that goes to the toilet a lot, you're in trouble. I guess if you had asked, they would have had one somewhere, but there was no obvious and easily accessible bathroom. I did not get to a bathroom until about, let's see, it would have been, let's say 4:45 would have been the first you would have got to a bathroom. So I left the hotel at 1 to 4:45. So that's 3 hours and 45 minutes with no obvious bathroom. Anyway, so eventually we were able to get onto the bus. They sprayed our bags with some disinfectant or something or other, because don't you know, COVID's everywhere. And got on the bus. Now, if you're a bigger guy like me, this bus is pretty small. It's pretty hard to fit in one seat, to be honest. And you have to crouch down. And I'm only 6 foot tall. It's 182 centimeters. There are people plenty taller than me, but I have to crouch down on the top deck to not be touching the ceiling, as did some of the Chinese guys. What else? By the way, there's all people in bunny suits everywhere and full hazmat suits, which is very disconcerting and unwelcoming. You know, no tourist is going to want to do this. So they loaded all the luggage into the bottom deck of the bus. The passengers all had to get into the top deck of the bus, and then the bus left. The bus left at exactly 4 o'clock on the dot. It was bang on time. And then they came while the bus was going and collected or did they collect them before we left? I can't remember, but they collected the HZM passenger form from us. The bus ride was exactly 40 minutes from 4 p.m. to 4:40 from the Hong Kong port to the Macau port. So the Macau port is on an artificial island, which has been recently built in the last few years. It was built during my time in Macau. And that's sort of a port between Hong Kong and Zhuhai and Macau, but it's on the Macau-Zhuhai side of the bridge. We all got off. We had to collect all of our luggage, and then we went into the port. We were in the port for 100 minutes, so 1 hour and 40 minutes. Of course, people in full PPE, bunny suits everywhere. There was just enough, so we had to go into the building, and we had to get an elevator up, yes, up, I think, come out into this big room. This big room had all seats everywhere in different areas and sections, all people in PPE. So we were all herded into this room and we had to sit down. There was enough seats for everyone, I was the very last person off the bus. I got the very last seat. And our bus was not full. So if the bus had been full, there wouldn't have been enough seats. No explanations anywhere, no explanation, no signage, no verbal explanations, no nothing. Just sit down, wait. I didn't know whether we were going to wait 2 minutes or 2 hours. I didn't really know. So then they came around, they collected everyone's ID cards and passports. They just came around, give us your passport, give us your ID card, and they walk off with it, which, you know, you're told never to give your passport to someone, to keep your passport always in sight. But I know that like, for example, in hotels in Europe, they tend to collect your passport and keep them. So those two pieces of advice are conflicting. Anyway, so they took our passports. And then somebody else came around and reviewed our paperwork while we sat there. So you needed your hotel booking, you needed your COVID test from the day before, the result, and you needed the declaration of consent or refusal to receive medical observation. By the way, if you refuse to receive medical observation, I think they just put you in an isolation facility or something. I mean, you couldn't just refuse and not do quarantine, that's for sure, or else everybody would be doing it. There was a toilet here, that was good. So I got to go to the toilet, which was great. And the funny thing was, after I washed my hands, there was a hand dryer there with a sign on it saying, due to COVID-19, the use of hand dryers has been suspended. I didn't know using hand dryers could spread COVID-19, but apparently it can. So I went back to my seat. I waited. Eventually somebody came back and gave me my passport back with a photocopy of the passport, added that to my stack of papers. And then I waited and I waited and I waited. And eventually some guy came up to me and said, you come get your photo taken. Oh, okay. All right. So I followed the guy. He made me sit down at a desk and I had a Charlie's Angels experience. What do I mean by a Charlie's Angels experience? Well, those of you who are old enough to remember the original Charlie's Angels from the late 70s or early 80s, I think, and I was just a little kid when that happened. At the beginning of every episode, the angels would get their assignment for that week from was it Bosley or whoever the boss was? I can't remember. Or maybe Bosley was Magnum PI. Anyway, and he would speak out of a box. There was a box on the desk with a microphone. He was mysterious. No, it was Charlie. It was Charlie from Charlie's Angels. And you never saw Charlie in the whole series. It was just a speaker, a little box on the desk talking to the angels at the beginning of each episode. Well, the same thing happened. There was a box on the desk and suddenly a voice said to me, what's your name? And I'm like, oh, okay. So I told them my name. They said, where are you staying? I told them my hotel. And then there was a little camera there, obviously took a photo of me. And then he said, okay, that's fine. Go back. So I went back to my seat, didn't really understand what all that was about. Waited a bit more. And then eventually somebody grabbed me and took me to kind of like an interview at a desk. So there were these desks set up there with glass, with perspex, and you sat on one side and the worker sat on the other side, of course, in full, hazmat suit stuff. And you had a little quick interview. They checked all your papers. They took all my papers except the hotel booking. And eventually it was like, okay, you're done. So then I got up. I didn't really know where to go. Somebody said, now you got to go sit in that area. You go sit over there. So I had to go sit in another area, had to wait for a bit while. So I was waiting there. Then suddenly somebody came back and gave me back my test result and my declaration of consent form. They gave me those back. I've still got them. And then eventually it was like, right, everybody, let's go. So we got up and they sprayed the luggage, disinfected the luggage with some spray or other. And then we were off and we left the building, got the elevator, I should say, back down and walked out to the buses. So that whole period in the building, as I say, well, from arriving at 4:40 to leaving, we left at 6:20. Was a 100-minute process, 1 hour and 40 minutes. So they took us to different buses now, 2 buses, single deckers, not double decker buses. Obviously the double decker buses just go between the 2 ports. So we had to load our own luggage onto the area underneath the bus. And it was dark and it was hard to get the luggage in there. And some of the luggage, you had to push other luggage back, and there was no assistance to do this. So if you were, I mean, it was fine for me, but if you were elderly, or maybe you were, a fairly slight woman and you had heavy luggage or something else, there was no one to help. So anyway, we did that. We got our luggage on the buses, and eventually we got onto the buses. As I say, it was now dark. We left at 6:20. We arrived at the hotel at 6:45. So the total time from hotel to hotel, hotel in Hong Kong to quarantine hotel in Macau, was from 1 p.m. to 6:45 p.m. So it's a whole day exercise, basically, 345 minutes. And of that 345 minutes, only 1 hour and 35 minutes was traveling. The half an hour for the taxi from my Hong Kong hotel to the Hong Kong port, the 40 minutes on the Golden bus from the Hong Kong port to the Macau port, and the 25 minutes on the Macau bus from the Macau port to the Macau hotel, quarantine hotel. So I've calculated 30 plus 40 plus 25 equals 95 minutes, which is a 1 hour 35 traveling, 4 hours and 10 minutes waiting. So 26% of the time was actually traveling, 74% of the time was sitting around waiting through various bureaucratic things, having a NAT test done, blah, 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 blah. So at this point now, I had rat tests on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So 6 of them. I'd had rat tests on the Tuesday, Thursday, and the Friday. So I'd had 9 tests in 6 days. The check into the hotel was good, very, very easy. The hotel was good. The hotel itself, the private enterprise staff at the hotel were very, very good. Like most things, and this is not a massive criticism of government. It's just like most things, private enterprise does service delivery better than government. Government is all about bureaucracy, and they're not good at delivering services. Let's be honest. That's well established around the world. Sometimes they have to deliver services. There are certain services that can't work for private enterprise, and I understand that. But it was a breath of fresh air to get to the hotel and have a private company serving me, as opposed to government, which saw me as under their control, rather than a private company, which saw me as a customer to be pleased and to be given good service to build their reputation. The government doesn't really care about their reputation, let's be honest. So, I mean, because they're a monopoly, right? There's no alternative government. Well, they're certainly not in a non-democracy anyway. So check-in was well handled. I got into my room. The room is pleasant, and I will talk about that another time. Now, I then went to sleep after watching a bit of Netflix or whatever, or doing a bit of work or whatever I did on Friday night. Then Saturday had my first NAT test. So I have to take 5 NAT tests, 1 on Saturday, 1 on Sunday, 1 on Monday, 1 on Tuesday, and 1 on Wednesday. In addition to the ones I took last week on Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. So that'll be 8 NAT tests from Tuesday to Wednesday. So that's 8 days, 8 NAT tests in 8 days, and 6 rat tests in that time as well. Monday, Sunday, no, in 10 days. So it'll be 14 tests in 10 days, I think. Anyway, I'll confirm that in the last video. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be taking 14 tests in 10 days, an average of 1.4 tests per day. Oh, and of course, I have to take my temperature twice a day and record that down in a little document, which is in the hotel, and record any symptoms. So they came to do the test on Saturday, and guess what? It was that invasive test again. It was that really deep test it's got a thinner swab. Instead of the swab being shorter and thicker, it's longer and thinner, and they go deeper, and it hurts. Frankly, it hurts. and it's unpleasant, and you shouldn't have to do it, in my opinion. So I had a bit of a struggle getting through that yesterday. And then today, it's now the Sunday. By the way, the test, there's no time in the day that they come to do the test. It could be any time. So yesterday on the Saturday, it was late in the day. It was late afternoon. Today, it was morning. And they came and they did the test again, and it was a little bit better. I don't know whether the other tester had told my tester today, who was a different person, no, this guy's a bit sensitive. He's had a lot of tests in a lot of days, because my nose is quite sensitive to having things shoved up it. I mean, it's just so much of this over so many days. Other people, it might be fine, but for me, I don't like it. It's a necessary evil, just have to do it. So yeah, today was still not great, but not as bad as yesterday. So that's 2 down, 3 to go. And hopefully, assuming they're all negative and I didn't get COVID from one of my fellow passengers or something like that, I should be out of here on Wednesday morning. Let's see. So that's it. Very long one today, getting you right up to date with the traveling over. And now it's just a matter of 5 days in quarantine, of which I'm now into day 2, because Friday was day 0. But you get let out early on day 5, about 11 a.m., 11:30 a.m., I think. Just a matter now of being alone. You have no contact with anybody else. They bring you food to the door. I'll discuss all those details in the next video. They bring food to the door and knock on the door and run away. And then you have to open the door and pick up the food. You have to basically clean your own. They don't clean the room, but they do a good job of giving you everything you need and lots of supplies. The hotel does as best as it can, given the rules. So a matter of just recording my temperature twice a day and recording any symptoms. I don't have any. And hopefully get out on Wednesday. Let's see. All right, enough for that. And bye for now. See you at the next one. Bye. Hi, everyone. It is day 4 now of my Macau, I was going to say incarceration. I better say quarantine. So that makes it Tuesday, the 29th of November. And a few things to run by you. First of all, I didn't bother doing a video for day 3 and for day 1. I've just done day 2 and day 4. Nothing much to report. These 5 days of quarantine, you're basically cooped up in a hotel room, can't open the windows, can't go out in the balcony. The whole room's locked up. You're allowed to open the door just a little bit to collect your meals, which they put right outside the door. You don't actually leave the room. So it's kind of a bit, not much to report on. There's a bit of a daily grind going on. Hotel's looking after me well, but that's another story. This video is just about the quarantine measures and the rules. Now, something I forgot to explain to you last time was the 3 forms that I was given at the port. I just mentioned that I was given these 3 forms. 4 forms, actually, sorry. I did run through and talk about the HZM bus passenger form that just gave my, I think it was my a phone number and contact details, name, date of birth, gender, that sort of thing. And they took that from me on the bus and I had to date and sign that. But let's talk about the other 3. So there was a declaration of consent / refusal to receive medical observation. And that basically said, and you put your name in there, your gender, your date of birth, your nationality, your ID document number, as notified by the Health Bureau that I have been to area such and such, which I think I just put in Hong Kong there, where there is transmission of novel coronavirus infection within the past 10 days prior to entry to Macau, and am at risk of contracting novel coronavirus COVID-19. In accordance with Article 14 of Law 2/2004, the law on the prevention and control of infectious diseases, the grammar is not correct here, but anyway, I am required by SS. Is that some government department? Yes, it is. It's the government. The SS is the Portuguese acronym, something or other service. Anyway, it doesn't matter. it's a Macau government department, to receive medical observation from such and such a date until such and such a date. You enter the dates in. If tested positive by nucleic acid test upon entry or during centralized medical observation in isolation, I shall be subject to centralized isolation at least until the 10th day from the day after the date of entry. And I hereby declare my consent or my refusal. We have to tick the my consent box. There's a my refusal box. If you refuse, I presume that they drag you off to hospital or something, given that I don't really know what happens, but you have to consent. And you sign it and date it. And there are reproduced at the bottom is law number 2 of 2004, article 14, including mandatory isolation and quarantine. And you have to give your consent to be placed under medical observation in a designated room at, you write in the name of the hotel, a facility designated by the Health Bureau. So that's the first one. The next one you have to complete is the investigation form of individuals who have traveled to areas with widespread community transmission or high rise, should be risk, of COVID-19 at the port of entry. Yet another form where you have to write in your Chinese name if you have one, your full name, your gender, your date of birth, your age, as if they can't work out your age from your date of birth. But of course, it's to validate that you put in the right date of birth. Your telephone number, you have to tell them whether you're a student or not. And if you are, what countries you study abroad at. And you have to tell them what your identity document is, whether it's a Macau resident ID card, a non-resident worker card, whether you're a visitor, whether you have special authorization to stay. And then you have to tell them your ID number, whether it's a Macau BIR ID or a Hong Kong resident card or a PRC permit for traveling to Hong Kong and Macau, or an MTP for Taiwan residents, or a Macau SAR passport, or a Taiwan area travel document, because don't you know, Taiwanese don't have passports because they can't, because Taiwan's part of China, remember? Your Portuguese passport or your other passport and ID, and you've got to write in your number and the flight number or the bus number and the seat number, which I didn't know, so I left them blank, and presumably they put them in. You've got to put in your nationality. You have to list any symptoms you may have: fever, cough, sore throat, runny nose, others. Have you ever been diagnosed as the COVID-19? And yes or no. And if yes, you've got to put in the date of diagnosis. Have you ever received COVID-19 vaccination? Yes or no. And if yes, you need to list each vaccination and the manufacturer and the date of the vaccination. And then it says, please indicate cities visited within the past 8 weeks and the date of departure in chronological order, and please specify if it is for transit. So for me, that was in the past 8 weeks. I think it was Singapore, Malaysia, Melbourne, Manila, Cebu, Clark, Manila, Hong Kong. And so I had to list all those out with my dates of departure. And then you have to sign it and declare that the above information is true. You have to sign it and date it. Obviously, it's a legal form. And the third one is only in Chinese. And I sent it to my assistant who told me what it was. And basically, you have to fill in your name again and your phone number. I'm just reading in my rudimentary Chinese here. And you have to fill in, have you ever had COVID-19, either never or in the past 2 months or further back than 2 months. You've had it, but it was more than 2 months ago. And you have to sign and date it. And they were the forms, because I didn't explain them in the last video. So they were the forms. Now, what else? Well, I have been taking my temperature twice a day, as I am required to do under the medical observation, and fill out this data here. It's in this book that the hotel gives you, which has lots of information, including psychological support services. I haven't needed them, thankfully, but if you do need them, there's no shame in that, and that they're there for a reason. So please do use them. And I actually have taken day 0, evening, day 1, morning and evening, or morning and afternoon, day 2, morning and afternoon, day 3, morning and afternoon, day 3, morning, and now I need to do more afternoon, day 4. Did I say day 4? If what I meant to say, if I got it wrong, was day 0, evening, day 1, morning and afternoon, day 2, morning and afternoon, day 3, morning and afternoon, and day 4, morning. And it is now day 4, afternoon, and there's one of these temperature gun things in the room that the hotel provides. So you can simply put your hand here, push the button, and tells me 36.8. That's the highest it's ever been, but it's still well under the fever number. Let's try it. Let's try it on the forehead. Same number, 36.8. Wow. Okay, so I'm just going to write in the time. Although it is quite warm today, so maybe that's why. I don't know if that matters. So my temperatures so far have been 36.2, 36.0, 36.2, 36.4, 36.2, 36.4, 36.3, 36.4, and 36.8. That's 9 readings for 8, 10, 17, 29. 29 divided by 9 is 3. So my average temperature over those 9 readings has been 36.3. So that's done. And something else happened this morning. This morning I looked outside my door and there was a letter there. A letter from must be the health department. Yeah, the SS must be health department. Anyway, because of course it's only in Chinese and in Portuguese, but the letter is actually in English and Chinese. Yes, because all the Portuguese speak English. So there's a letter which I received today on day 4 with a reference number from the Macau Health Department saying notification of medical observation. Enclosed, please find a copy of the dispatch about medical observation from the Sanitary Authority. Dr. Kong Pan. And it says, English one side, Chinese the other, and it says dispatch number 123050/CDC/DAS/2002 medical observation. Outbreaks of novel coronavirus pneumonia have been reported worldwide. Really? In accordance with Article 14 of Law number 2/2004, Law on the Prevention, Control and Treatment of Infectious Diseases, all confirmed or suspected cases of COVID-19 or persons at risk of contracting the infectious disease must, at the discretion of the health authorities, undergo medical observation at designated venue, which is what I'm doing. Individuals contravening with the requirements may be subject to mandatory isolation in addition to corresponding criminal liabilities. In order to protect the health of the individual or individuals concerned, to ensure them with timely and appropriate treatment, as well as considering the safeguard of public health in the territory, in exercise of the functions and powers as conferred on me under Article 2 of Law number 2 of 2004, the Law on the Prevention and Control of Infectious Diseases, and according to the regulations of Item 1 of subparagraph 1 and subparagraph 2 of Article 14 of the same law, I hereby order, I'm being ordered, order the individual or individuals below to submit to medical observation and examination as to contain the spread of the infectious disease in Macau. And it's got my name, my gender, my date of birth, my passport number. And then it says the medical observation shall be carried out in a designated venue arranged by the Health Bureau from November 25 and expected to end on November 30. Well, today's November 29. It's almost over. They should have given me this on November 25, I guess. In the event of a positive result from COVID-19 nucleic acid test on arrival, or during the medical observation, the period of medical observation of the positive case and the persons sharing the same room may be extended depending on the results of retesting. And this is dated indeed November 25, but it's only just got to me this morning on November 29 by the hotel. So in other words, if I test positive, I have to stay in the room until I test negative a whole bunch of times, I guess. So I've got that. The only other thing to report to you guys is the testing itself. So I've now done testing here in the hotel room on days 1, 2, 3, 4, and 4. Tomorrow is 5. I should be tested again tomorrow before I leave at 11 a.m. or 11:30 a.m., assuming they're all negative. So far, so good. I think I would have heard if they were positive. I mentioned to you in day 2 that the test was quite painful and invasive on day 1. They seemed to go a bit easier on me on day 2. It was still very unpleasant, not as bad as day 1, but certainly more unpleasant than the previous NAT tests I've done in Macau, in the mass testing that we've had over the past years. So, but bearable, but still quite unpleasant. A thinner, longer swab and stuck further up the nose, and a little bit of pain each time, but bearable. But certainly unpleasant, not something you would like to do every day. And I've been doing it every day. And even when I get out tomorrow, I've got to continue to do it every day outside the hotel for 3 more days. Let's hope those tests are the ones similar to the ones that I was doing before in Macau, not these ones in the hotel. So I've been through 1 quite painful one, 3 that were unpleasant but bearable, and then there'll be the one presumably tomorrow, hopefully is either easy or at least unpleasant but bearable rather than very painful. Let's hope it's not a special super duper one for your last day. And then I should be discharged tomorrow or discharged, check out, discharged. I'm not in the hospital. I'm told between 11 and 11:30 tomorrow morning. And then my Macau health code, which I haven't actually checked. Maybe I should. Let's do that. I mean, I've still got the app on here. I haven't checked it the whole time. Presumably it's red. Let's try it. So here's the Macau health code app. I'll just put my submit local. Yeah. What code have I got? Oh, I've got to fill everything out. It's been so long. Do you have the following symptoms? No, none of the above symptoms. Have you been in unprotected contact with a confirmed case of it? No. Travel history. Your travel and residence history within the preceding 5 days and the departure place date for each place. The preceding 5 days. So I was in Hong Kong 5 days ago. Because 29, 28, 27, 26, 25. Yeah. So I've got to put Hong Kong. I was there on the 25th. Okay. And Macau, SAR, and Hong Kong, I left on the 25th. Let's see what comes up. Submit. We get a red code, will I? All individuals traveling or returning from the mainland, including Macau and non-Macau residents, are subject to 1 NAT on the 2nd day after the day of entry without NAT sampling on that day. The health code will turn yellow. Well, I did that on the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th day. Example. So I don't need that. Free NAT, self-paid NAT. Well, that's fine. Person's community. Okay, close. Okay, so I've got a yellow code. Please exercise self-health management local. Now, here we go. Last sampling date was November 28. That's actually correct. I was incorrect. I was sampled this morning. Last report date was November 28 at 9:53 p.m. The sample was at 13:38. It says negative. Oh, good. So, nucleic acid. So there's a way I can see that I was negative. Okay. So obviously I've been negative 0. To understand the reason why the health code is locked and to follow up, please check blah, blah, blah. For inquiry or appeal against a yellow or red code, please visit blah, blah, blah. Well, I won't bother. I'll wait until I get out tomorrow. But it looks like I've got a yellow code, which, by the way, is very orangey brown. I would say orange. but I suppose it's more clear than yellow. Yellow's a difficult color to see against white. Okay, so there's my health code. Presumably it'll turn to red tomorrow for 3 days and then eventually go green. We will see. And this expires on November 29, which is today. So I'll get a new health code tomorrow. Okay, well, that's about it for now. That's day 4. I'll let you know how I go for day 5 tomorrow. Hopefully it's the day I get out. I'm still testing negative, which I've just seen from the health code. So that's good news. And see you for day 5 on the ongoing saga. Bye for now. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 5, my last day of incarceration, or if you prefer, quarantine. And yes, I'm still celebrating. There's still bubbles in the champagne, which is great. And I'm just going to finish it off. I should be out of here at 11:10, 11:20 a.m., they say, and it's 10:30 now. So cheers. I've already done my 5th test. They came around this morning just about 10 a.m. and another shove up the nose. Not as bad as the first day, but maybe a little bit worse than yesterday and the day before. Again, unpleasant, but bearable, I guess. Again, sorry for the low light environment. This is the best way to record in this room. Now, on my little stand outside my door last night, I received a declaration. This is in Chinese, Portuguese. Excuse me. No, I haven't got COVID. That reminds me, I should check my health code, shouldn't I? Let's have a look and see what the health code comes up for yesterday's test. But apparently you don't get the result of today's test, you just go. So they don't need the result of today's test before they let you go. Well, they've tested you for the previous 4 days, haven't they? So let's have a look. Have I been? No. Macau. Your travel residence history within the preceding 7 days. So I still got to leave Hong Kong in because it said 5 days yesterday. Now it says 7 days. I wonder if that's because I'm getting out today. So I still got to leave Hong Kong in because I was in Hong Kong on the 25th, which was 6 days ago. So submit. So it's probably still going to give me an orange, an amber code, is it? Red code, entry denied. Well, I'm expecting red code today, right? I get onto red code today and it expires November 30. So I'm on red code today. Actually, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, but I suppose it's fine to be on red code. And negative was my test yesterday. Good. Test at 3:21 and result at 6:53. And it was a negative for COVID-19. And I've got a code of R14. To understand the reasons why the health code is locked, please check table of Macau health code status identifiers. Okay. So my numeric symbol is R14. R is not a number, but anyway, R14, and my alphabetic symbol is A. All right. What does that mean? So it's loading the table. Loading. So all this is on the Macau health code app, yet another app you need to download. It says loading, 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 and it seems to just be stuck on loading. How about we just put that aside for the moment, carry on with some of the other stuff, and hopefully it loads. Oh, well, there's a problem. I don't know what the codes mean. I guess I could Google and find out what they mean. Anyway, back to this. So I was given this declaration, which is in Chinese, Portuguese, and English. And the English reads, I acknowledge and undertake to strictly comply with the prevention of novel coronavirus pneumonia, important notes on self-health management after completion of medical observation. And these are the important notes that came with it. We'll get to that in a moment. So I've got to write in my name, and why don't we, it's still loading. Looks like it's going to be stuck on that. I might have to Google what those numbers mean. So I write in my name. My number of identification document. Well, I well and truly know that off by heart now. I sign it and I date it. Today's the 30th of November. Right. Now, I've also got to declare another document, my name, which hasn't changed. Number of identification document, which hasn't changed. Yeah, it's stuck on the loading. Address of home quarantine. Okay, that's no difficulty there. You might wonder why I'm looking at something to write my own address down. Don't I know my own address? But actually a unique quirk of Macau is that people don't really use street numbers. People just use buildings. And if you actually have to write your address out with the Portuguese of your street name, I should have said, I said street number before, I meant street names. People don't really use street names very much. They just use landmarks and buildings as landmarks. Sometimes a street can be a landmark. So when you actually have to write your address down, often you have to look it up to get, especially if you're not Portuguese like me, to look up the correct Portuguese spelling. So I've completed that and I've completed that. And now we have to look at the notes. Well, guess what? The notes are all in Chinese, no English. But lucky for you, I've done a quick translation using the Google Translate, which is good enough for this, using the camera feature on Google Translate. And I have taken pictures of all those, so I will read them to you. So it's a 1, 2, 3-page document, and it says, prevention of novel coronavirus pneumonia, precautions for home isolation. And there's a QR code, of course, there's always a QR code, which says view the latest version. Click here to enter. So I presume this written one is the latest version, but I should really scan the QR code to see if there's a later version. I might do that after the video. Number 1, object. This guideline is applicable to those who have a red code, which I now do, on the Macau Health Code system and are subject to home quarantine. 2, location. Conditional homes or specified red code hotels. In other words, places where you can isolate under a red code, which I'll be under for 3 days, tomorrow, the next day, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, because technically today is still day 5 of my hotel quarantine. Number 3, requirements for home furnishing. Remember, this is Google Translate, so the words might not be perfect. 3.1, preferably live alone. However, if there is a separate room, home isolation can be accepted in a unit with no more than 5 people, including the others in home isolation. 3.2, the room should be well ventilated with independently opening windows facing the street. 3.3, when conditions permit, try to use a separate bathroom and avoid sharing the bathroom with other residents. 3.4, the room should be equipped with personal protective equipment such as thermometers, paper towels, masks, disposable gloves, disinfectants and disinfectant products, and trash cans with lids. Make sure you have a lid. Number 4, 4.1, 4 is health and epidemic prevention requirements. 4.1, except for, damn thing rotated on me. Got to do the stop rotation function on the iPhone. There we go. 4.1, except for going out for nucleic acid testing. So I've got to go out to do a NAT test all 3 days. So that will be 10 days in a row, plus the one on the Tuesday before. So that's 10. So it's 11 in 13 days. So so it'll be 13 days in a row. I've done a NAT test except for the second of those 13 days. Except for going out for nucleic acid testing, you must stay at home, refuse all visits, and try not to enter other rooms with other co-residents. If you open the door to collect items, put out garbage, go for nucleic acid sample testing, etc., you should wear a mask equivalent to N95, KN95, or FFP2, and clean and disinfect your hands before and after opening the door. And the hotel here has very kindly supplied me with a KN95 mask, which I had plenty of anyway, but that's a nice touch that they did that last night because they knew we would need it today. 4.2, before going out for a nucleic acid test, An antigen test, that's a rat, must be performed and the results of the antigen test uploaded if it is to their system. If it is positive, you should wait for further inspection arranged by the authorities. In other words, they come and grab you and whisk you off to hospital or to isolation or quarantine or whatever. So that will be 9 rat tests, 6 plus the 3 for these 3 days. So 11 NAP tests, 9 rat tests, 20 tests in precisely 14 days. Sunday to Saturday, Sunday to Saturday. 20 tests in 14 days. Is that a bit over the top? I leave it for you to decide. 4.3, temperature measurement and self-health monitoring should be carried out every morning and every evening. So I've done that this morning. I was 36.3, I think, this morning. Let me just check. I don't want to lie to you. Yes, I was 36.3 this morning. In the case of fever, dry cough, fatigue, sore throat, decreased sense of taste, diarrhea, etc., if you have these symptoms, you should go to the hospital for medical treatment as soon as possible and undergo nucleic acid testing. If there are people living with you, try to minimize contact with the people living with you. When you must contact, keep a distance of at least 1 meter and wear a good mask with personal protection. That was 4.5. 4.6, when eating alone in the room, the tableware should be properly cleaned and disinfected after use. 4.7, those who are able to use a dedicated toilet should do so. 4.8, avoid sharing utensils, towels, bath towels, bed sheets, and other items with co-residents. 4.9, hands should be washed or disinfected when preparing food, before meals, after going to the toilet, and before and after wearing a mask. It is best to use it once when wiping hands. The translation's bad, but basically they say wipe your hands with paper towels and throw them out. Single-use paper towels, not so great for the environment. Actually, all of this is not great for the environment. All of this PPE is creating an enormous amount, billions of tons, I guess, of medical waste, but that's a whole other issue. 4.10, pay attention to coughing etiquette. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with a tissue or the inside of your elbow. Put the used tissue into a special trash can, not any trash can, a special trash can. If you come into contact with respiratory secretions, wash or disinfect your hands immediately. All right, number 5. Verification and environmental cleaning requirements. Keep the room, ventilation, not verification. Keep the room ventilated. Open windows for ventilation at least once a day in the morning and afternoon, each time for more than 30 seconds. For natural ventilation, mechanical ventilation, such as exhaust fans, is used. Doesn't make sense, but you get the idea of what they're saying. Well, we couldn't open the windows here, but they made us keep the aircon on. 5.2, do a good job of ventilation and disinfection in shared areas such as toilets and bathrooms. 5.3, clean the room at least once a day. Do not use brooms, vacuum cleaners, or feather sweepers. Use a damp cloth to wipe the table, mop the floor, surfaces, door handles, telephone switches, kettles, wash basins, toilets, etc. Possible exposure to use, I guess, and anything that you have possibly been exposed to or used, I guess that means. The surface of the item should be cleaned and disinfected at least once a day. 5.4, towels, clothing, quilt covers, etc. of people in home isolation should be placed and washed separately. 5.5, temples, that's a bad translation, and shower drains should replenish water in time and pour water into the ground drain every day to prevent the U-shaped pipe of the drain from drying up. When flushing the toilet, close the toilet lid first and then flush the water. For toilets, people in home isolation should disinfect the toilet every time they use it. If people in home isolation use a separate toilet, the toilet can be disinfected once per day. 5.6, put used paper towels, masks, disposable gloves, and other household garbage into plastic bags and place them in special garbage facilities. What special garbage facilities? Clean up every day. Every time you clean up the garbage, you should tie the garbage bag tightly and seal it and disinfect the outer surface. Really? And the sealing part, disinfect the rubbish bag. at the door of the house, and then discard together with other garbage at home. Not quite sure what that means. 5.7. Items contaminated by saliva, sputum, etc. should be disinfected immediately, and gloves and masks should be worn when handling pollutants. Afterwards, take a shower and change clothes. 5.6. Requirements for co-residents. Co-residents refer to people who live in the same unit as those who are subject to home isolation. 6.1. Take the initiative to report to the place of work and study. Cover, dine alone, do not participate in parties. 6.2, minimize contact with people who are isolated at home. When necessary, keep a distance of at least 1 meter, wear a mask, and do a good job of personal protection. 6.3, on the third day of home isolation, the co-residents will receive a nucleic acid test. Give me 1 second, they're knocking at the door. Okay, they just came and gave me some rat tests. Because actually they have to be done the next 3 days, but all of Macau has to do them. It was notified completely separate to my quarantine. All of Macau has to do it. They gave me a fun completion of quarantine staycation certificate, just the hotel, a bit of fun, and my bill, which should be fine. And they asked me whether I've completed these 2 forms, which I just completed in front of you, which I have. And just very quickly, 6.4, the last point, until the 3rd day nucleic acid test results are negative for the co-residents and those in the home isolation, the co-residents should pay attention to personal hygiene and are not allowed to eat in restaurants, attend parties, go to crowded places, take public buses, employ e-buses or light rail. So they give you all that. You have to read all that. All right, well, they're ready to kick me out, which is great. And I've also got all my paperwork here that I've accumulated along the way. Perhaps I'll tell you about that next time because they're ready to take me. So I've got this, I've got this, I've got this. Let's see. I've got these and they're just waiting for me outside the door. I've got all that ready to go. I'm all packed up. So looks like I survived quarantine. So here we go. It's after 12 noon somewhere in the world. And see you on the other side at my place in the home isolation part, the +3 of the 5+3. All right, bye for now. Good morning, everyone. And today is, well, happy new month. It is Thursday, the 1st of December, and it is day 1 of my +3 of the 5+3 in Macau. So 5 days of hotel quarantine plus 3 days of self-health management or monitoring or whatever they call it. And of course, I need to do a rat test. It's the first thing. So I've got the box here of rapid antigen tests that the hotel gave me very nicely. So I'm just going to open the box up, and I am very familiar with this process, as are you now. There are the swabs. There are the tests. All right, first kit. Let's do this first before I discuss anything else. So, yep, here's the test kit. And you put the liquid in there and it soaks up here. So this is a 5 test box. And let's get the swab, 5 swabs. Morning. Right, so we take our test. Okay, here we go, back to these rats now. Oh, it's tight. Oh. Okay. In she goes. And we give that a minute. Let's do it. Okay, that's 1 minute. So here we go. Right. As usual, I put the swab back in the packet. Lid on. Break the top. A few drops in. And how am I going to hold this vertically? I'll figure it out. I know what I'll do. As usual, I put all the rubbish back in the packet, including the tube, and then that sits vertically. I can make that sit vertically. And we wait, and the liquid is, as usual, running up. You can see it better. The liquid is running up the test kit. Excuse the casual dress, but I'm stuck at home now for 3 days, and all the rules, I read them out last time, so I'm not going to go into that now. Light just went out. 1 minute. Right, I'm back. Fixed the lighting situation. And yes, it's going to be a negative test again. As you can see, there's a red line forming next to the C. The C is right where my little finger is. And you can see that red line forming. You can see the T is here. And if you're positive, there'll be 2 red lines, one at the C for control and one at the T for test. But if you're negative, there's 1. And that red line will just continue to get brighter over the next few minutes or so. Yes, there's much better lighting here. I've got a better lighting set up here so you can see these better than in the previous videos. So, all right, that's good news. I'm negative. So I'm now allowed to go out to do my NAT test, which I am required to do. Even having tested negative on the rat test, I've got to do a NAT test. So I log into a special website they have here in Macau to book those tests. And I've actually set it up a little bit before, so it would take you a bit longer than this, but I've already got the website open, and I'm going to go into appointment for test. And it's normally pre-populated with my information, but this time it isn't for some reason. So I can quickly put it in. In fact, it's probably better if I do put it in, because then it shows you what you have to put in. So I put in my name in English, name in Chinese if you have one, your gender, your date of birth, year, month, and day, and you put in your phone number, area code, and number, ID type, ID number, which of course I will and truly know now, having filled in so many forms, test location. Now, this is a bit tricky. So I know where I want to have the test. I want to have the test at the Comendador Huyin Park, the sculpture park of the Chinese ethnics. And there's a whole bunch of here, but I have to, there's actually 2 entries. One is that name that I just said, and one name is that name that I just said, within brackets after it, special lanes for red code holders or single sample. And that's what I want, because I'm a red code holder and will be until sometime on Saturday, assuming that I test negative after all these tests. I'm sure I will. Test date, the only option is today. You can only book for the current day. Test time, well, I'll head down there shortly. It's 11:40 a.m. now. Let's book it for 12:30 to 1. That gives me an excuse to go for a walk. I'll actually walk down there. 12:30 to 1. Yeah, that's fine. And then sampling method. Oh, great. You get to choose nasopharyngeal swab or oropharyngeal swab. One's the nose, one's the mouth. I'll definitely go the mouth. If you ever get a choice between the nose and the mouth, always go the mouth. It's less invasive. And so that seems as though these tests will be back to the so-called normal NAT tests. Have you been infected with COVID-19 within the last 3 months? Yes, I have. Back in September, I got COVID in Malaysia. Save the information you have entered in your current device for next time. Agree to save, because this is my own computer. I have read and agreed. Yep, done. Submit. SMS verification code. Oh, I need to grab my phone. 1 second. I have my phone here. I've got to click on a button, get code. All right, get code. Oh, it's told me it says SMS number. Does that mean the phone number or the code? That's weird. It brought up on the computer, not the phone. Does that mean the phone number it's going to call from? It's a 4-digit. Let's just try putting that number in and see what happens. Incorrect verification code. So I guess this is, oh, here we go. The code is here. China Travel Service verification code, SMS number. It's the same number. Why is it from China Travel Service? Anyway, who knows? So put the code in that they've sent me, which is correct. Confirm the appointment. Yes. Right, the appointment has been successfully made. So, excuse me. And there it is. It's come up on my phone as well. Your appointment for COVID-19 nucleic acid test is successful. There's a number. Please arrive punctually at 12:30 to 1 p.m., which I will, on today's date. Testing organization. It's actually the testing location name. And then location is the actual address. And there's a link, which I presume is to the booking inquiry. I think it is. Yes, it is. It's just to the same website that I'm on. Let me also take it. Oh, do I have to pay for it? I do too. Please take a screenshot and save it. So I'll take a screenshot of this on the screen, even though it's come up in SMS as well, because there's a QR code on here. They may need this. If you have been infected COVID-19 within 6 months, this time it's 6, please be sure to inform the staff. So I have to tell them. Hopefully they'll understand the English. And then it says, you are required to perform a single inspection and sampling. If your appointment is not free, the difference between the single tube inspection may be charged on site, or I can pay online. You know what? I won't pay online. I'll just see what happens. Maybe they'll just do it for free. Let's see. If I pay now, well, I'll just try clicking on pay online and see what happens. Doesn't mean I have to do it, right? Pay online, MOP 150, which is what I was told it was going to be. Alipay, WeChat Pay, Mobile, Macau Mobile Banking, MPay, or ICBC e-payment. You can't use credit card? Maybe Macau Mobile Banking is, let's just try that one. Bank of China, Macau, and it gives you a QR code. No, it's also a QR code e-payment. Well, okay. Let's just try it there. I'll just close that. And I've got my screenshot, which I've just taken, which I will now transfer to my phone. So when I go down there, I have it. I have it on the phone. There it is. So I'll just transfer that now to my phone, which I've just done. Let's just check it's on my phone. Got it. All right. I hope they take cash. I'll find out. I can take credit card as well. I don't really want to pay by E-payment. Okay. Right. So yes, I've done my rat test. You can now rat test. Sorry, see the line is quite bright now, quite red. So I better write on there the usual, which is the date and time, and my name. And I'll actually take it with me down there. Why not? Oh, actually, I need to upload it, don't I? I forgot, and I nearly forgot. See how easy it is. All right, we're not done yet. Bear with me. It's my first time doing a rat in Macau for a while, so okay, date. So write it on the rat itself. Time, yep. It takes a while to write your details on the rat because you can't just write them once. You have to go over the line over and over to get it to write on the plastic. And sometimes it doesn't write very well. So you have to sort of each line, and this one's particularly not working very well. Each line you have to go over maybe 4 or 5 times. Nearly there. Okay, got it. So I've written the date and time of that test. Then you have to take a picture of it. Right, take a picture of it, and then you have to upload that picture with some details. So here's all my paperwork from over the whole period, certainly mounting up. And you'll remember in the document that I got when I left the hotel yesterday, which was all in Chinese. So I just want to check because there's several QR codes on here. Rat result application platform. That's the one. It's the one next to 4.2. So it's this QR code here on this document that they gave me in Chinese. I need to scan this QR code in Chinese, but there'll be an English version once I get into the platform, I think. Right, I'm in there. I've scanned it. Rapid antigen test reporting platform, English. So I've selected English. Start. Terms of use. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Accept. Okay, here we go. Name. All over again. Okay. Mobile number. How many times have I filled out a form like this in the last 12 days? So Friday will be day 13, Saturday will be day 14. And assuming everything's good on Saturday, I'll be a free man. 14-day process from when I started this video. Remember the very first day, day 1 of the whole process in the Philippines. Type of document, that's other passport. Document number, passport number. Yet again. Done. Result. Excuse me. Where do you put the result in? Oh, you just click the picture. Okay, positive. Positive, not positive, negative. No, negative. Right. That was, no, I wouldn't have made that mistake. The ambulance is on the way now. All right, negative. Test examples, right. Add photo of rapid antigen test results. So you've got to upload from the photos. There it is. Right, so there's the photo of the test result. Choose. Save. Yes, I will save these details for next time because I need to do it in the next 2 days, for the next 2 days. Validation code. It's just like a capture thing. Confirm and submit. Successfully submitted. So I'll screenshot that. RAT reporting platform, inquiry number, blah, 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 successfully submitted, blah, 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 will be shown on Macau health code about 5 minutes later. So let's take the screenshot and just put that in the same place as the screenshot of my booking. So if they ask me, have you submitted the RAT? I can show them straight away. Now, let's go to the health code app. Right, health code app. And okay, submit local. Do you have the following? Oh, it's going to ask me all the questions. Do you have the following symptoms? No, no symptoms. Have you been in no. Travel history. The preceding 7 days, still Hong Kong, 25th, right? Today's, if you count today, 1, 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25. But tomorrow I can say that I have only been in Macau. Your travel and residence history within the preceding 7 days of the departure date for each place. So Hong Kong, the 25th of November. Okay, submit. Oh, okay. Yes. Okay, here we go. Red code, entry denied. So I'll be on red code today, tomorrow, which is day 1, tomorrow, and Saturday. I'm R14A. I was going to look that up, wasn't I? I might try that in a second. Nucleic acid negative. So November 30, last sampling date. That was yesterday, 12:04. No, it wasn't. It was about 10 a.m. So it looks like they put the samples in late. But it said report date to 14:17. So quarter past 2 yesterday afternoon, negative, yet another negative test. Now let's try, it says click here, R14A. So my numeric symbols are R14. As I said yesterday, R is not a number, it's a letter, but anyway, alphabetic symbols A. For inquiry or appeal against yellow, no, I don't want to do that. To understand the reason why, please check table of Macau health code status identifiers. So let's do that. R14A. Is it going to load? Oh, this time it worked. But guess what? It's just in Chinese, is it? There's a menu bar here. It's all in Chinese. What's this? Is this language? Oh, here we go, English. Okay. This time it worked. Remember, it was just loading yesterday, but this time it worked. Table of numeric symbols. And then I guess it's got table of alphabetic symbols, does it? It does. So my numeric symbol is R14. Oh, R is red. Okay, red 14. Here we go. Okay. So meaning and general quarantine requirements. So there's green 0, red 1, yellow 1, red 2, green 2, red 3, yellow 4, yellow 6. There's no 5. Although yellow 6 does not exist, but yellow 5 they just missed. Yellow 7, yellow 8, yellow 9, yellow 10, red 11, yellow 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. There's no 20, 21, 22, 23. There's no 24, 25, 26. There's a couple of 26s. Then it goes 44, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 70, 81, 82, 83. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18, 21, 24, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. Oh, 31, because there's 2 that are listed that don't exist. 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. So there are 39 different possible numeric codes, and I'm R14, which means, the meaning is home isolation after completion of centralized medical observation in isolation. So that's what it is. So I'm currently in the home isolation, and the rules, it says here, for details, please refer to the important notes on home isolation after completion of 5-day centralized medical observation in isolation. Guideline number, and there's a link, and I can go to them, and the notes are, they gave them here in Chinese, but guess what? They're here in English, and it'll be, oh, it's different. These notes are different. It's kind of a summary. So it says here, target individuals, period of, this is the same. Nucleic acid testing requirements. Nucleic acid testing should be conducted according to the specified schedule on the day of completion of medical observation, which I did yesterday, and on days 1, 2, and 3, which is today, tomorrow, and the next day, from the day following the date of completing the medical observation. The Macau Health Code will be displayed in yellow color. Wrong. That's the old notes. So it says here, updated version. Click here. Okay, let's go to the updated version. That's in Chinese. All right, let's go back to the English version then. The Macau Health Code will be displayed in yellow color. Well, no, it's red color, but the updated version, when you click on that, it's only in Chinese. So let's keep going. After obtaining a negative result of the NAT conducted on day 3, that's Saturday, following the date of completing the medical observation, the Macau Health Code will be converted to green. So I'll do that as early as I can. And the place that I am going to have my test opens at 7 a.m. So I'll do that straight away. And hopefully, if it only takes a few hours, I'll be good, because I've actually got a lunch appointment for that day, tentatively. Individuals who fail to get tested according to the above schedule will be assigned a Macau Health Code in red color at midnight on the next day. Well, this is old. It's already red. In this case, they must go to the NAT station, a specific one at the Condo de San Yanuario General Hospital, or the Yao Hon Market Park NAT station, red code channel by self-array, blah, blah, blah. Get tested there and obtain a negative result to convert their Macau Health Code back to their original color, which was yellow according to this form, but is not, it's actually red. Required to make your own appointments for free. Now, this is not entirely relevant. There's a few other points here. Now, I also have to take my temperature twice a day, and I'll do that when I go downstairs, because they have the thermometer thing there. I don't have one at home. Probably should get one. Right, so close that. Yeah, so I'm still on red. I've done my RAT. I've reported it into the system, and let's see. You know what? My monitoring I can continue to do on this form. I ripped out the page out of the book in the hotel, because the book was specifically designed for me. So they must make a separate book for each person, because your name's on the front cover. So I ripped out the page where I've kept all my temperatures twice a day, and I will write in. Oh yeah, I did it yesterday, didn't I? On the way out. Okay, I'll fill that in later, and then I'll also do today twice. Okay, well, that's it for now, and I'll go down and do my test, and I'll let you know how it goes. But it seems like it's not a up the nose and into the brain test like the last 6 days, sorry, day 1 to 5 in Macau and day 0 in Hong Kong were all that kind of style. It seems like I can just get the one in the mouth, which isn't normally too bad. I will let you know when I get back. All right, that's it for now. And the next video will be when I get back from doing the test. I better hurry along to get there. Bye for now. Well, welcome back, everyone. It is still the 1st of December, day 1 of my +3 of the 5+3 in Macau. I've come back now from doing the NAT test. It was fine. It was the NAT test that I'm used to in Macau, in the mouth, very easy, no pain, very simple. So I presume that will be the case tomorrow and the next day. I did indeed pay my MOP 150 in cash. That was fine. And yeah, quite straightforward. Just had to walk up there, show my QR code, got the test done, and left. And you know what? Let's have a look at the Macau Health Code and see if there's been any update. Let's have a look here. Still red. Here we go. Last sampling date was today at 12:36, but there's no report yet. The last report date is yesterday at 2:17 p.m., which was the report of the NAT test I took on the last day in the quarantine hotel on checkout. So we will wait for the report. And you know what I've just realized? I looked up the numeric symbol, but I didn't look up the alphabetic symbol on my red code. So let's do that now. Remember, the numeric symbol was R14. Let me just put that in English, which was red 14, which was home isolation after completion of centralized medical observation in isolation, which I've done. And yes, the notes, but I didn't go on to look at the alphabetic code. So I'll do that now. A, what does A mean? Reported travel or residence history in Hong Kong or Taiwan. Well, indeed I have, because I was in Hong Kong on November the 25th. And the other, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 letters. O is uneventful, F is reported fever, S is reported signs of discomfort, T is reported unprotected contact with a confirmed case, E is reported travel or residence history in a risk area in the mainland, A is reported travel or residence history in Hong Kong or Taiwan, which is me. X is reported travel or residence history from a foreign country. Hong Kong and Taiwan, of course, not being a foreign country. P is reported travel or residence history with travel history to an area under measure 2, whatever measure 2 is. C does not exist, so why put it there? I guess it used to exist. R is in a zone as delineated under the region-specific multi-level targeted approach to epidemic prevention and control, whatever that means. And M is declares visit to risk areas in the mainland, which somehow is different to E, which is reported travel or residence history for risk areas in the mainland. Anyway, who knows? Doesn't matter. Anyway, that's it. So that's it for day +1, which overall is day 12 of the saga, and it will be a 14-day saga. So 2 days to go. All right. Bye for now. Welcome again. It's a little bit chilly in Macau. Believe it or not, it does get cold sometimes in Macau in November, December, January. So I've got a jacket on, which is quite rare. It is Friday, the 2nd of December, and it is day 2 of my +3 of my 5 + 3. And of course, as always, what do we start with? Yes, you know it. Rat test. So let's get that done straight away. Rip the thing open, get the test out, swab. Little tube. So I've got 3 left, 1 for tomorrow, and then I'll have 2 spares, which I won't need to use, hopefully, until the next time Macau mandates some kind of test. Okay, close the box up, 3 left in there. Right. Here we go yet again. Oh, tickles. Into here. And let's wait a minute. Okay, there's our minute. Swab out. Lid on. Break the top. Few drops into the receptacle. And away it goes. Put this in here. Shove this in here. Shove that in there. Keep that vertical just in case I need it again, which I won't. And that is currently going up the, as you can see, moving its way up here. And that wet bit will continue to go from here all the way up to the top, and we will get a red line at the negative. Now, here's my test from yesterday. Here are all my 6 tests from Hong Kong in a little bag. Here are 6 tests I did in Malaysia in September. And then I've got another, I don't know, 40 tests somewhere else from earlier times in Macau. Let's see, is it starting to emerge? Yeah, I can see that red line starting to emerge. Okay, now I need to book my, I need to get my phone. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. So I get my phone. Okay, scan the QR code from the letter. Go to the reporting. I've got to go to the rat reporting thing first. Yep, red line's well and truly emerging. And that will get brighter in the next few minutes. All right, let's write the details on the test, because I need to do that to take the picture, to upload, to then allow me to book the NAT test. Got to take a rat in order to take a NAT. Time. Okay, so I've now written the date and the time and my name on there. Now I'll take a pic. The red line is emerging strong enough to take a picture and upload it. So now I have to take a picture of this. Okay. There's my picture of the test, which looks fine. Now I go to choose the person to declare. Start. And is it all pre-populated? It is. Good. Name, number, other, passport number, date of birth, mail, address, other alternative phone number, date and time. Just got to change that by a couple of minutes. It's a negative test. Photo library, upload photo, save, validation code, which is like a captcha, confirm and submit. Successfully submitted, screenshot. Okay, and then save the screenshot so that I can show them if necessary at when I go to do the rat test. Okay, I've done that. So next step is I need to book the NAT tests. How do I do that again? No QR code. Hang on. I've got it on my computer from yesterday. Let's see if we can find it. Where is it again? Oh, yeah, okay. Where's that link? I think I know where it is. There it is. CTSRNA booking. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And that's the one. Is it pre-populated? Oh, good, it is. So my name, my date of birth, my phone number. Have you been infected with COVID-19 within the last 3 months? Yes. It was 3 months ago, just under 3 months ago. Agree to save. I have read. Submit. Oh, test location. Okay, I want I got the same one as yesterday. There it is. Submit. Test date. I'll skip that, which is today. Test time. Let's go for 3 to 3:30. Okay, submit. Oh, what else did I? I'll select method. Oropharyngeal in the mouth, which was not painful at all. submit. SMS verification code, get code. SMS number 6864. So now I have to check on my phone. There it is. Verification code 28382. 838. Correct. Confirm. Confirm the appointment. Confirm. And there is my appointment. Take a screenshot of that. You sort of get used to all this after a while, which is bad. I don't want to be acclimatized to this, but it normalizes all this ongoing reporting. You know, it's government control to the nth degree, and it normalizes it. Okay, done the screenshot. Appointment has been successfully made. Now I am going to dump the screenshot. I'm going to transfer that to my phone, which I'm going to do like this. Desktop screenshots. Done. And look at my phone here. Where are we? Should be here. And it is. So there's my test. There's my negative rat test. There's my booking. And I've got my ID here. What else do I need? My 150 mop, which I've got here. 150 mop is 75, 37 and a half, 1 1/4 out of 28, about $18.75, about 19 US dollars. Pay 3 days in a row, 19, 19, 19. So that was that 57 US dollars. At the end, I'll do a summary of all the costs. So I've got the 2 screenshots of my phone. I've got my money. I've got my ID. I'm good to go. Okay, that's it. I'll let you know how it goes when I get back. Nearly there, second last day. Talk to you later. Bye. Good morning, everyone. It is 1 a.m. on Saturday, the 3rd of December. So it is now technically just ticked over to day 14 of my adventure. What do? New day, new rat. Rapid antigen test. You've been through this plenty of times before now. You know what we're doing. Another one of these. Okay, that's my minute done. Back in there. Lid back on. Break the top off. And a few drops in here. As usual, I put all the rubbish together. Hold it vertically, just in case I need some more of the reagent, of the liquid. And as usual, the liquid is moving its way up. And I'm going to write the date and the time and my name on it, as I always do. So I'm going to do that now. 10-3. You have to write the date and the time and your name on it, because you have to take a picture of it and you have to upload it to their system. This one is particularly hard to write on. As I've explained before, you have to do each stroke in the writing about 5 or 6 times to get it to write on the white plastic. Okay, done. And yes, I can see the red line starting to form on the C. You can see that red line starting to form on the C there. I wonder if it's good enough to take the picture yet. Just get my phone. Okay. Now off to their app. So I need to scan the QR code from this letter. There we go. All the paperwork. Scanning the QR code now. Opening their website. Wrong QR code. It's the one on page 2, isn't it? Try again. Right. Okay, rapid antigen test reporting platform. Choose the person to declare. Yes, that's me. Name, number, ID, date of birth, gender, address, phone numbers, date of the test, time of the test. It's negative. Yep. Photo, upload the photo. All right, let's take a picture of the test. Is this line on the C bright enough yet to count? I don't think so. Maybe we should just wait another couple of minutes. Yes, we probably should. And while I'm there, I'll get ready. So the purpose of doing this is so that I can schedule my NAT test. I want to schedule it as early as possible. The facility opens at 7 a.m. I want to make sure I get a spot in that first bracket. Appointment for tests, go to the website, another website. This is a different platform. Here we go, appointment for tests. How come it's not pre-populated with my data? I'll just put it in again. All right, name. Male. Date of birth. Year of birth. Month of birth. Day of birth. Phone number. Area code. Number. ID type. Passport number. Test location. Have to pick the right one, make sure it's the one for the red lanes. Where is it? There it is. Test date. Yes, the 3rd. Test method. Mouth or nose. Have I been infected with COVID-19 within 3 months? Yes, I was infected in September. Save the information. Agree to save. I have read. Submit. I won't submit just yet. I will. That red line's better now. Let me take another picture. Camera. Okay, here we go. Yeah, that's a better picture. The line's more red now. All right, back to this platform. Upload the picture from the library. There it is. Choose it. Validation code 0239. Confirm. Success. Screenshot. Successfully submitted. Submission time, 1:14 a.m. on December the 3rd. Will be shown on the Macau Health Code about 5 minutes later. Now I'm going to upload that screenshot to where I show to a different place so I can show them if necessary. Okay, done. So now I can submit for my NAT test. Now that I've done the RAT test, submit time. Good, 7 to 7:30. Got it. Got the bracket that I wanted. SMS verification code, get code. So now I have to wait for them to send me an SMS. There it is. Verification code 7371. Okay. 7371. Correct. Confirm. Confirm the appointment. Confirm. Done. Take a screenshot of the appointment. Actually, let's do it like this. Let's do a better screenshot. With the QR code, of course, which they will scan when I go to the appointment at 7 a.m. Done. Now I'll send that scan to my phone. Become an expert in all this, as has everyone in China. Done. So it should be on my, just sending now. Sent. Check on my phone. Yep, got it. So I'm just downloading that. Yep. So when I go to the booking at 7 a.m., I will show them this, make it bigger, this QR code, and they need to, this QR code, and they need to scan that for my booking. Okay, so that is my 9th and hopefully last rapid antigen test in this 14-day period. I remember all these videos started off with that one on that Sunday, the 20th of November. Where is it? There it is. 20th of November. So it was, let's do this. Like a poker hand. Like a 9-card poker hand. Just in case you don't believe me, there they are, 9 of them. th of November in the Philippines on that Sunday before I could get the flight. 21st on the Monday in Hong Kong. 22nd on the Tuesday in Hong Kong. 23rd on the Wednesday in Hong Kong. And then I didn't have to take the, oh no, yes I did. Then 24th on the Thursday in Hong Kong. 25th on the Friday in Hong Kong. That was the day, that was the morning of the day that I went to Macau. Then I didn't have to take them in Macau because I was taking that test every day when I was in quarantine. Then when I got out of quarantine, Thursday, 1 of my +3, Thursday, the 1st of December, yesterday, Friday, the 2nd of December, and now today, the 3rd of December at 1 a.m. All 9 of them. So 9 rapid antigen tests or RAT tests, and at 7 a.m. I'm off for my 11th nucleic acid test or PCR test in this 14-day period. And if that is negative, and then once the result comes back from being negative, my health code should turn from red to green, and I'm so-called normal in Macau again. Of course, subject to random testing at any time, according to the government. Let's check my health code, go into the app. There's another app, different web, lots of websites, lots of apps. Now, has travel history? Yes. Now I can say no, edit. Oh, come on, do I have to enter everything again? No, surely not. Hang on, let's try this again. Submit, add, edit. Edit. Good, it's pre-populated. So name, gender, date of birth, document type, document number, my phone number, contact person, no symptoms. No, I have not been in unprotected contact with somebody with COVID-19 in the past 14 days. Your travel and residence history within the preceding 5 days, Macau SAR. Your travel and residence history within the preceding 7 days. Okay, now I can take out Hong Kong because that was 8 days ago. So it's no places. So I've taken that out. Next, important notes. Personal information, blah, 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 blah. Check all that. Correct. Next. Save the information. Yes. Next. No travel history now. Good. Submit. Local. Notes. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I can't get all that. How do I close that? There we go. Close. Why can't I? Oh, there we go. Close. Red. Still red. As you can see there, the QR code is red. My health code. Expiry date, December the 3rd, which is today. I'm still R14, but I'm now O, not A. What does O mean? English. So red 14 means home isolation after completion of centralized medical observation in isolation, which is what I'm in today, and we should end today. And O for the letter code is uneventful, because because I edited it to take out the travel. Previously it was A, which means reported travel or residence history, Hong Kong or Taiwan. Well, I've got rid of that now that I've been in Macau. Today's the 8th. Today, which we're 1 hour and 23 minutes into, is the 8th day. And get back out of that. Close. And as far as testing goes, last sampling date was yesterday at 2:56, and the result is in yesterday at 7:30 p.m. Result is negative. So I'm good. I'm all negative. All 13 NAT tests so far negative. All 6 rat tests so far negative. And so not 13, 10 NAT tests or PCR tests negative, with the 11th this morning at 7 a.m. And all 9 rat tests are negative. 19 negative tests, 20th test at 7 a.m. in 5.5 hours. All right, good to go. So that's done. So I've done everything I can do. It's 1:24 a.m. I'm going to go get some sleep. I'm going to set my alarm for 6 a.m., which I think I've already, I don't need to get up, get a coffee, walk down there. 6:15, I think. Wake up, splash some water on my face, clean my teeth, get a coffee. Alarm. I had set it for 6, but I'm going to make it 6:20. Save. So that's set for 6:20 a.m., my alarm. At 6:20, I'll get up, splash some water on my face, clean my teeth, have a coffee, walk down to the testing station and be there just before 7 a.m. waiting for them to open the doors so that I can then go do my test at 7 a.m. the earliest possible time, because that testing centre opens at 7, which is, I think, is the earliest now. There's right now in Macau, I don't think there's any 24-hour testing stations open. Sometimes there is when there's mass testing. And hopefully I get the result. Let's look at the difference between the testing time and the result time in my last test. It's on the health code. It was 4 hours 34. So 4.5 hours. So if we get the same again, which hopefully we do, it'll be about 11:30 a.m. because I plan to go for a lunch with somebody at 1 p.m. So wish me luck. Okay, that's it. And I will see you when I wake up. Bye for now. Good morning. It is 8:30 or just before 8:30 on the morning of Saturday, the 3rd of December. And I have done my last a nucleic acid test, also known as a PCR test. I got to the facility at 7:10 this morning, and there was already 15 people lined up on the red line for red code people, which I am. And there were 3 queues, one for red code, one for people that needed a NAT test to go across the border, and one for free tests. The other 2 were completely empty, and there was a big line on the red one. And did they use the testers at the other 2 to test for the red? No, of course they didn't. So it took me, excuse me, it took me, there was about 15 people in the line, and it took 20 minutes. I did my test at 7:30. And as soon as my test was done, my health code changed to yellow, still not green, but no longer red. So it's now, can you see that? There you go. That's yellow, believe it or not red, sort of an amber. Please exercise self-health management. And it's got here that my last test was today at 7:30 a.m. and the last report was yesterday at 7:30 p.m. Negative, of course. And what else do I need to tell you? Code has changed to Y14. And when you click on Y14, there isn't one. There's only R14. Y being yellow. And the alphanumeric code in the Macau health code is O, which means uneventful. I no longer have a travel history according to them. So I've just got to wait for the results. Yesterday, the result took 4.5 hours. I asked them today, how long will the result take? They said, maybe 6 to 8 hours. There was a line there of people, as I said, obviously a lot of people had the same idea as I did. I should have got there 10 minutes earlier, but I didn't. Anyway, probably it was still a line. Yeah, so today's day 14 of the whole process. As I said last night, I've now done 9 of these, 3 in Macau, 6 in Hong Kong, well, 5 in Hong Kong, 1 in the Philippines, and 11 of the NAT tests, 20 tests in total, 19 approved negative, and I'm waiting on the 20th result today. Hopefully it comes through early enough for me to go and have lunch with my friend. So that is it for now. When I left, there were 22 people in the line for the red code. So, that line's going to get longer and longer. Yeah, that's it for now. And I will see you once I get the green code to wrap this whole thing up. Bye for now. Well, here we are. And my code just turned green. It's midday now on Saturday, December 3rd. And I just went green code. That's green, believe it or not. The last report date, December the 3rd at 11:51, which was 8 minutes ago. It's actually 11:59. And so that is a negative test result. My 11th PCR, or if you prefer, NAT test result to be negative in the last 14 days. actually in the last 12 days. I've taken 11 PCR tests in the last 12 days. The only day I didn't was day 2 of those 12 days. From 22nd of November to the 3rd of December inclusive is 12 days. A test on the first day, no test on the second day, and then a test on each of the following 10 days. Plus, of course, the 9 rapid antigen tests I've taken. There you go. I just dropped one of them. The 6 in Hong Kong, which I've got in the packet here, and the 3 in Macau yesterday, today, and the day before yesterday, December 1, 2, and 3. 20 tests in total. Excuse me. And I'm just for completeness going to take my temperature. Here are all my temperatures. I have a temperature reading of 36.3 at 7 a.m. I'm going to go out to lunch to meet my friend at 1 o'clock, which I'm now a free man. I can go to a restaurant and I'll take my temperature on the way out and I'll record that last temperature as the PM temperature for today. And that is that. So 14-day exercise that cost me about $1,000 and 5 days in quarantine and numerous other days in self, or I think all of the other days, more bar the Sunday traveling, arguably in some kind of self-health monitoring. But look, what I'll do is I will do a summary of all this as a separate video. I'll now record a summary at the end, maybe a 5 to 10 minute summary of the entire video, because I'm sure it's several hours by now. And that can be a summary that people can skip to. And I'll record a little introduction as well at the end of this process to put at the beginning of the video. And then people who don't want to sit through all the 2-3 hours, however long this video ends up being, can just look at the introduction or the conclusion. So that is that. As I say, 20 tests, 20 negative. It's crazy. I think I've recorded my temperature 29 times, I think, over the 14 days. Mandated, had to record it legally. Quite a lot of expense, many hours of work in terms of administration, God knows how many documents, 20 maybe, I'm guessing, something like that, but I will add it up and put it in the conclusion at the end. So that's it for now. I'm off to have a nice hot shower and a shave, get dressed and go out to lunch and enjoy a nice lunch at a restaurant for the first time in 14 days. Oh no, I did a little bit, there was a couple of days there in Hong Kong I could go to a restaurant, wasn't there? That's right. So that's it, and see you next for the final wrap up and conclusion. Okay, bye for now. Well, that's it. That's my video on, honestly, all of the insanity or lunacy or whatever you want to call it that's involved in traveling to Hong Kong and Macau as at late November, early December 2022. 14 days, 20 COVID tests, 11 of which were administered by health professionals, 9 administered by myself. 29 takings of my own temperature and recording them, $1,000 of expense, probably around 20 hours of administration, research, traveling to COVID tests, et cetera, 20 documents, 31 pages, printing them out, having them on hand, the anxiety and concern of making sure all the administration's been kept, the apps on the phones, the government keeping track of where you're at all the time. It's just very difficult. And my purpose in doing this video was not to criticize the COVID zero policy. That's a government decision, and I respect what the government decides to do, but merely to point out to others that there's no point coming to Hong Kong or Macau as a tourist. And as a business person, only come if you absolutely must. It's very, very inconvenient and very, very difficult. I feel greatly for the people of Hong Kong and Macau. It's been 3 years now they've been going through all this stuff, and the economies have suffered dramatically, particularly the economy of Macau, which is very tourism reliant, but also the economy of Hong Kong, which is somewhat tourism reliant, but also reliant on international trade and its status as an international finance center. Well, you know, what international business is going to put up with everything you've just seen me go through over the last 14 days and through all that video? So I hope you found it educational. I hope you found it informative. And I hope you've even found it a little bit maybe humorous and enjoyable. So thanks for watching. Bye for now.